Thanks for our handful of resubs to start us off this morning. Arnagath, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Come Eat Pizza, coming in hot for the 56 months. Thanks for the over 4.5 years. FOMO with the 10 months. Welcome back. There's the petition to ban Alioth. Well, there's an OTA update today, so hopefully we won't need one of those. These are certainly some locations. Of all the locations in Marvel Snap, these are some of them.
Face the might of Asgard! Mjolnir!
Thankfully, chat, Gambit's never discarded a Hela in his life, and he's not about to start now. Boop him on the nose.
Snap!
Oh, they definitely Alioth Warrior Falls, right? It says local man being ghosted. Oh yeah, 0% chance. Oh, did we get him? Not spooky, chat. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I think we got him. Oh, yeah. We got like half a highlight's worth of games out of this deck the other day, so I think we'll probably get a full highlight out of it from this morning's games. If winning all the lanes is a casserole, what's a win-tie win? Half-baked? Sounds right. I accept. Is it possible to play bots in Conquest? If you wait an incredibly long time, it is possible to get a bot. I believe the wait time to get a bot in Conquest is like north of 5 minutes in the queue, though. So outside of your very first match inside of each con, your very first Proving Ground Silver and Gold on your account, period, is a bot to warm it up. But after that, you have to wait a very long time. One of the things that makes a lot of people that are bad at spotting bots not understand in Conquest is that inside of Conquest, there's no MMR-based matchmaking and there's no collection level-based matchmaking at the higher levels. So a lot of people queue into inexperienced or low collection level players that are just like happen to fumble their way up Conquest, and they think they're a bot just because they don't have cards, but they're not. Two things now that we have some people in here after the first game. The first is they have announced all of the anniversary free stuff that's coming next week, starting on the 18th. We're gonna have some login rewards, Twitch drops, and more. Be sure to check that out on the YouTube video yesterday where I gave it all down. It's a quick, like, 3-minute video that covers everything really quick. I don't waste any of your time. Second, talking about free stuff, we have a sponsor this week, Survey Junkie. And as part of a promo for Survey Junkie, if we get, depending on how many people we have check them out and complete a survey in the US, Canada, or Australia, we're going to have some goodies to give away for people that do that. So we currently have over 100 surveys filled out. So those folks have a 1 in 125 chance to get a headset or $100. If we get up to 200, they'll have a chance to get OLED Switch Zelda Edition, iPhone 15 or gaming PC here if we get up to 400 surveys completed over the next week. If you want an easy way to support the stream, you live in the US, Canada, or Australia, and you want a chance to win something sweet, be sure to check them out. Our deck is not a good Abby deck. It was unfortunate, but I wanted to play this morning. Hashtag feature location suck. It's one prize giveaway based on whatever the top level we hit is. A terrible gamer.
Opponent snapped.
I'll leave.
Escaped.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad as a few. I just think feature locations in general suck. I'm gonna go actually just play Conquest, I think. It feels bad to both not have... It feels bad to not be able to play the deck I want to play on the ladder without feeling like I'm behind. And it's another feature location that just, like, is good for the decks that are already good. Like, it's a deck, it's a location that rewards you for playing to the board early. Which all the Alioth decks already do.
This land can never be fully known.
Oh, snap.
I was already gonna snap these three, but like, one, that's hilarious, and two, I think our deck is worse for them to draw into than theirs is for us. I think it's the best Lady Deathstrike deck at the moment. I don't know that I have a good answer to that question. As much as I want to get Lockjaw going, I think I Bishop here. Yeah, Lockjaw still pulls for my deck as well, which is good for us. And Thor gives them a Mjolnir to draw. That's not useful. Mother of God. Mother of God. Ooh, do they have our Hella? They just been to Infinite. Doesn't really matter.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Oh, I should have done this in the other order. I don't want to Lockjaw into Mjolnir here. It's a pretty big mistake. funny. Okay, this time, I think I do actually want to lockjaw into Mjolnir, though, because it'll give me plus 12 over here, right? They could Hella and crush us, is noteworthy here. Because they bleeded in Infinite. Coach V-Ball! Thank you for the 60-month resubscription. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, they discarded Destroyer. That's hilarious. You're super right. Okay, that's super funny. I promise I'm not just being a bully, chat. Our hands have just been really good. That doesn't even bother us. Well, is it this? Or is it Gambit? I'm not gonna have room to play the hammer out, right? Hello! Alright, well now we Thor center, so that way Hela's things are guaranteed to go here, right? Actually, I don't need them guaranteed to go here, huh? I actually would rather one of them end middle. Yes. Yes, I'd rather one end middle. I have two things discarded, Jade and Infinite, and they both win here. Immigrant supporter, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate the pride. Welcome back. They do have a gambit of their own here. That's true. We gave them a gambit and they played our gambit out. Monka opposing gambit, chat. Alright. Dodged. Gambit knows where his bread is buttered, chat. He knows what's up. Starting the morning off with some delicious casserole.
Victory.
Engel Skaben, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning.
Opponent snapped.
Oh.
Escaped.
The Yellow Jacket didn't have an unrevealed trigger because they had Luke Cage. You want to hear the #1 piece of advice to increase your cube rate in Marvel Snapchat? You should be snapping on turn 1 more often than you do, and you should also be retreating on turn 1 when your opponent snaps you on 1 more often than you do. Most of our good cards are that we don't lock into are in our hand, so like they haven't raised, like we're hanging out, but definitely only feeling okay here. Oh my god, what a sick coin flip win. Alright, and just like that, we're feeling pretty good, right? I think I'm actually doing nothing here. Because if I Wasp into Odin, I don't want to discard my Hela. And we can Wasp next turn. I want to put Hela here, so that way if we hit Odin and this discards Jubilee, Jubilee could go middle or here and not get stuck and not pull something. Mallard the Mage. Thanks for hanging out, appreciate it. I think we beat 13 on our Tribunal. I actually don't know. We might need a solid hit here. Perfect. Nailed it. What an easy game, chat.
Victory.
Thanks for getting me addicted to surveys, Jeff. What is wrong with me that I enjoy this? Hey, listen. At least Survey Junkie is an addiction that's going to pay you as opposed to you paying second dinner. They want to hear what you have to say, chat. Enter a sweet giveaway in the process. Make a few dollary dues. It's all upside. Callisto, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I'm not going to be able to play Jane on 5 anyways because of this, so I think I just Lockjaw. We'll go Lockjaw into Jubilee to Thor, probably. Oh, that's interesting now. Now I do this, right? And then next turn I could Jubilee into here. Do we get to ditch the Infinite too? Perfect. Just an average geek. Thank you for the brand new Prime support. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Didn't redraw our hammer. Unlucky.
Mjolnir to me.
That's fine. They probably deserve a 2-cuber. Is there a difference in what you get for a Prime sub or a cash sub? Yeah, I get $3.50 for my cash sub. I get $2.50 for my Prime sub. I do this here. This is 18, 35, 45, 15 across. I think I like that. We'll have a non-OTA video today. I will not. Just an OTA review video today. Oh, I say more for a Prime sub? Yeah, $3.50 for a cash sub, $2.50 for Prime subs. 15 might not be enough here. Yeah, they got us. All right, they're finally on the scoreboard, chat. They won a game. We gotta win. We gotta win one of the next 4. You know what time the OTA drops? The OTAs drop sometime between 90 minutes from now and like 4 hours from now. It's a big range. It's not an automated process. In the past, I had incorrectly stated that Prime subs gave me the same as paid subs. I was incorrect about that when I stated it in the past. Recently went back through a bunch of my metrics and contracts and stuff, reviewing things, and I was wrong about that number when I had said it in the past. Solid start for us. Bunch of good 6-drops in our deck. Hey, DJ. Thanks for the conversion to a tier 1. A little bit of an expansion diff. Oh, gamers, you don't have to move off of your Prime subs. I appreciate the support. Just make sure you use that Prime sub somewhere, chat. Don't let it be wasted money. Mr. Bezos has enough. Alright, we both have all the energy. Probably need Hella here. Obviously, they're all in, so we'll stay, but expecting this to be an L. I think I like the Human Torch variant the best. I would like to say that if you're someone that likes to think of yourself as doing something useful for community members, it's objectively correct to vote for Ghost Rider or Human Torch. Because if either of those cards wins, it'll give non-Series 3 complete players a new card to play with. Whereas everybody already has Shang-Chi, so it winning doesn't unlock a new card for anybody. So if you're torn on which of those to vote for, I think Human Torch and Ghost Rider are the two better choices because they'll give some newer players a new card. Yeah, they already commissioned the artwork. I fully expect whichever two don't win will be available for money at some point in the future. assume the real Mysterio is right, along with that monkey we're dead here. Hey, chat, our deck's a little high variance. Taking some L's here in the middle as expected. Audacity, thanks for the primer. Good morning, good morning. I will say, as someone who is critical of parts of Conquest, one thing that I do enjoy is the aspect of just sitting and playing your cards out is enjoyable. And what I mean by that is when you get to a point like this where one player is all in and you're no longer thinking about snapping, you're just like, okay, and now we play. Like, I wouldn't want all of my games of Marvel Snap to be devoid of snapping, but occasionally just turning that part of my brain off while I take game actions is pleasant. I'm gonna be honest, I really didn't enjoy any of the Man-Thing decks that I played. Every single Man-Thing deck that I've played and seen played, I think is a better deck without actually playing the card Man-Thing. Risky to pull Gambit here. Maybe it's risky for you to pull Gambit here. For me, if I pulled Gambit here, I'd be fine. My Gambit's never missed a shot in his life, chat. Thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. This is grabbing Gambit or Thor here for us.
Mjolnir! Mjolnir!
All in, so let's go. This is looking like another L. We still have 2 more shots though. This Wasp could also 1 in 3 to hit Gambit, and then we could get a lot of fatties here. Yeah, Gambit is a solid agent of chaos on this board for sure.
Mjolnir, to me.
Sorry, where was Mjolnir going again, Thor? I missed that. Should you repeat that?
Mjolnir, to
Rip.
me. Mjolnir, to me.
I think Silver Samurai as a card is okay. The primary problem with Silver Samurai is one of the better things he did was enable Stature, and Stature's caught a lot of flack post-Mobius. That could be something worth revisiting, though. That's fine, chat. We still got 2 more shots here. I ain't sweating nothing. We're just vibing, playing some games. Wasp? Wasp? Wasp from the Bugle? Yeah, Blade's not terrible. We got a bunch of good 6-drops in our deck. So if we draw Tribunal, Gigantor, Infinite next turn, we get to go Thor plus plus blade the lockjaw. Maybe I'm supposed to Thor up front, actually. I think I want to blade before I Thor, because I want to draw the hammers with Jane. Hey, Kamhamyar, thank you for the brand new primer. Morning, good morning. Want to avoid drawing Wasp and what's it called here? I guess drawing one of them would have been okay. We would have played into here and then gone from there. We have Infinite as our only discard here. I think Man Thing gets better than the upcoming new card releases. I don't think so. This hits Blade or Odin. Blade's actually better because it puts... Actually, I don't know if Driving Tribunal is good for us here or not. Lockjaw, take the wheel. A fun match regardless. We got some solid highlight games out of the earlier ones. We don't win this one. We've got one more. Hey, Patton. Thanks for converting to a tier 1 and sticking around. Appreciate it. Does Celine make Man Thing better? Maybe.
Mjolnir, to me.
Like I said, actually uncertain if discarding the Living Tribunal is good or bad. Hey, how big are they on the right? Is 25 good there?
Mjolnir, to me.
We're definitely crunched on the left. I think we're good, right? Yeah, looks like it. Wow, they put all their points into Xandar. GG's about it.
Victory.
Yeah, they did another payoff to be able to flip up. They also had to commit like a lot of points here to try and beat the Gigantopath. They won the hell out of Xandar. They did. They did. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Sean the Don. Good morning, good morning. All right, non-subs, it's about that time. Appreciate everybody hanging out. As always, you're not going to miss any gameplay content. We're going to take our first 2-minute ad break of the day. We'll catch you on the flip side. As always, if you want to dodge ads and hang out and chat more frequently, subscribing to the channel's a great way to do that. Otherwise, we'll catch you on the flip side. Was that a booster split Thor? Oh, maybe? Let's go check. Thor's on my list of cards that I've split a few times that haven't hit a good one for yet. It is sick. Good catch. Jay Duffy, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I was thinking about the ads the other day and a creator who does not break and lets the ads play through. Yeah, I turn off a Twitch stream every time an ad rolls over gameplay. Just like, if that happens, the creator doesn't care about my viewer experience enough to like keep track of something. Unfollow, turn the channel off is my personal response to ads over gameplay. As someone who derives income from ads, I fully understand the need to have them and run them, but like, you definitely can have them in a way that makes it least disruptive to your people. They play exclusively Magic drafts. I mean, we just got done playing a 40-minute thing here. You could realistically, even at 3 minutes per hour, you could realistically run your ads in between things. In fact, on Magic, when I've done ads with Magic content in the past, you get 2 minutes to sideboard on Magic Arena or 3 minutes on Magic Online. You could literally sideboard in 60 seconds and run a 1-minute ad. You also don't have to play all 7 games right in a row, so you can play 2 or 3 games and run an ad, right? So for the survey thing, you need to give it your information for the giveaway, and then it clicks you through to the Survey Junkie site, and then on Survey Junkie, you make an account and complete a survey, and that enters you and puts the ticker up one. All right, gamers, I even waited to split the Thor for you, because I need your energy. This will be our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is our eighth Thor split here. Hit me, Brood. Hit me, Brood! Oh, it even has a reasonable border effect, gamers. It even has a duet. It even has a reasonable border effect. What a wonderful start to our Thursday.
3D.
Oh, a stand up too before we go to the next one. It's beautiful. You do not get multiple giveaway entries for doing multiple surveys. You do, however, collect more Survey Junkie points, which you can eventually cash out for real money. Do you have a preference for gold or black and white? I think in general I prefer inked cards, but beggars won't be choosers. I just like the premium splits, generally speaking. So in general, just my long-term collection goal is a variant for every card and an inked or gold split for that variant on every card. And obviously it's gonna take a while, but you gotta have goals, chat. I agree with that. There are some cards that look better in inked versus gold and vice versa. I see Snap lasting a considerable amount of time. I think Snap and Second Dinner are doing most of the things correctly, and if they continue on their current trajectory, I think the game's got a solid future ahead of it. Whether that's 3 years, 5 years, a decade, who knows? It's hard to predict things in this industry. I'm planning to do a sweaty stream this month. I don't know. Depends on how many infinite tickets I end up with and how I'm feeling about other stuff on the in-between. What heuristics do you use to determine if you should snap on one? Well, for starters, it depends on your deck. There's some decks that basically are never snapping on one. This deck is a good example of a deck that has hands that are interested in snapping on one. So, for example, in this deck, drawing hands that... What's a good example? Drawing a hand in this deck where I, Actually, I'm just gonna pass an infinite out the middle, right? I'm gonna snap them. Having a hand where I have, like, a good lockjaw start, for example, would be a snap with this deck. They could have a Legion, that's true. Legion's not super common in the opponent's archetype anymore. So generally speaking, I don't think I play around that unless I've seen it already. It's not 0%, but I don't consider it stock. Yeah, like, for reference, Second Dinner shared that, or second, not even Second Dinner shared, there was a report from Sensor Tower data that showed, Marvel Snap made like 100 million in its first few months. So, like, based on that alone, I fully expect it to have something of a future, right? Like, they spent like 35 million in production, and then they spent 35 million in production. They made like 100 million in their first year, so they're plenty profitable.
Escape.
Even if that falls off a bit, I imagine they're hanging out for a while. It's a rough Spider-Man coin flip to lose. So when asking about turn 1 snaps, this hand's a solid snap. I'm gonna Lockjaw into Wasp into Jubilee. Feeling good here. What does the IP expense look like in a game like this? I have no idea. That was my understanding from the stat I saw. Parroted Socio. 3 Smoth, thank you for the generous tier 2 and the over 4 years. Welcome back. I think I'm Thoring.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Nice. It's always hard for me to snap on one because I convince myself I'm going to get screwed by unflipped locations. If you are not retreating games where you snapped with some frequency, you are either not snapping enough, not retreating enough, or likely both. A poor mindset that a lot of inexperienced snap players have is that you should only be snapping in games that you are winning. And that really could not be further from the truth. You can and should be snapping in games that you end up losing. I think I'm staying. Okay. This either hits Blade or Giganto. If it hits Giganto, we win the right. If it hits Blade, we're helling an Infinite into play. So we're a coin flip here then. God damn it, Hella. Fuck you. That's so fucking frustrating. Win that game 75% of the time. We win on the spot if we hit Giganto, and then we win again if we hit Infidon in the middle. Never lucky. Wasp left could have won. I needed Wasp right. Did just Giganto win the right? I need to go back and count. Did just Giganto win the right? Without the extra 6. I think it was short. I don't know. If someone goes back and counted, send me a screenshot. You might be right, but you also might be wrong. People are bad at counting. What a shit set of locations.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, punished for not just lockjawing middle.
Escaped.
Really needed that. 75% center last game. I'm just gonna concede the match. We're done here.
Escaped.
And that's one of those things where, like, Conquest is a little brutal, you know? In a regular game of Marvel Snap, you lose a 75%er and it's just like, yeah, it's like not a big deal. But here, I lose a 75%er and now I've lost an hour of my time. Because it ends my run in the single elimination round. Conquest really removes one of the big features that made Snap successful, which is it eliminates a lot of that feel bads by making the game short so they're easier to shrug off. I think this deck needs another discard source. No.
Opponent snapped.
Is he had good enough to stay in? It might be. You know what? I could do this to draw a card here. Yeah, let's do it.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Rip. Yeah, part of the reason why Conquest is such a big time commitment is that Second Dinner doesn't have reasonable timers. Marvel Snap's the only game I've ever played that has a mode that is fancied as somewhat competitive where the timer is as bad as it is. The lack of chess clocks or punishment for constantly roping and slow playing every round is awful. That's definitely something that needs to be adjusted. You shouldn't be able to run the clock almost all the way down every single game and not have some type of deficit for doing so.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, Shuri's Lab's actually a little medium for us. I was snapping at my opening hand being good, but... You better have a total time for your 6 rounds. It should be both, ideally. You should have a per game action timer and then also an overall, like, just clock style thing.
Escaped.
This just in.
That is an excellent card to know exists in their deck. How'd Chess Club go? I think the kids had fun. You just assume every deck has Alioth now. Untapped posted stats that on their tracker, Alioth was in 38% of Marvel Snap decks. Which is just a disgusting statistic. Come on, Gambit. Motherfucker. Just like discards my 5-drop and hits the singular worst card on their board. Does that include data from literally everyone? Well, it includes data for people that are using the Untapped tracker. I'd also, and I've talked about this before, it's important to remember the sampling bias that exists when talking about Untapped data. So Untapped data has self-selection bias. The only data they have is data from people that choose to use their tracker. And I don't think it is a stretch to say that the average person using the Untapped tracker is probably a bit more competitively inclined than people who don't use their tracker. Meaning when there's a card like that that's overrepresented or played a lot by competitive players, you're gonna see more of it in Untapped than in the general population. What about Saptop? Saptop fans the same way. All of the trackers only have data from themselves. Snap doesn't have an API. Untapped, last I checked, has the objectively largest. Good motherfucker. All right, we're done with this deck, chat. Just actually can't. I need to play something else before I go insane. Actually, just the most insane string of variants. The only second dinner knows what those stats actually are. In before downloading Magic Arena. Listen, gamers. You need to understand. You know those games we just watched where we got incredibly unlucky and basically didn't get to play the game because we lost a bunch of percentage plays that were mostly in our favor? That's literally every game of Magic the Gathering. Because every time you play Magic the Gathering, you're gambling whether or not you get to play your card on turn 3 if you drew a land, or if you get to play a spell on turn 5 if you drew spells. Like, Magic the Gathering players are some of the most elitist, nonsensical people on the planet because they constantly tell you how big brain and high skill their game is, when the reality is Magic the Gathering is probably the highest variance card game I have ever touched. And I've played basically every major card game other than Yu-Gi-Oh! At some point, and most digital ones. Magic's inherent variance built into their resource system takes the variance meter and cranks it way higher than literally anything else in the market. It is not a remotely close comparison. Yes, much worse than Hearthstone. One of the things to understand about Hearthstone as a game, chat, is that Hearthstone has to put the word random on so many of their cards because the game itself is so incredibly low variance. There's something to be said about oh, what are the words my mouth is struggling to form? There's something to be said about the places games put variance. And I think one of the places Hearthstone really kind of failed was the place where it put the variance. And one of the things that made Marvel Snap really successful in part was the fact that it took the variance and loaded it into the locations as opposed to primarily being on the cards. So in order to keep gameplay varied and interesting, Hearthstone had to staple the word random onto a bunch of cards. And Snap was able to avoid that. They get a card from the Abbey when it flipped up. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think so. Yeah, I've said it plenty of times before, but Marvel Snap is very clearly the result of decades of lessons learned in the industry. They very, very clearly understand and learned from stuff in the past. And then we eat this here, and then I can null plus Deadpool next turn. I mean, I don't think the variance in Hearthstone is why it failed. Hearthstone was very successful for a very long time. It's like arguably just now finally in like its death throes, for lack of a better term. If you draw Taskmaster, would it copy 13 Power Venom? Yes. That's worse than playing Null, but yes.
Opponent snapped.
I would never recommend anybody check out Magic the Gathering. I think it has actually terrible gameplay, and I would never wish it upon anyone. I think Magic the Gathering is a game that survives on nostalgia and people being hooked in because of their friend groups. I mean, this play beats Doom and Alioth, right? A very common sentiment that you'll hear among Magic the Gathering players is that it's not about the magic, it's about the gathering, which is kind of a roundabout way to say the game isn't all that great, but if you play with good people, it's fine. And at that point, if I'm going to play a game with good people, I'd rather just play a good game with good people. Lost the coin flip here. Fuck you, Chode. Just snapped on an actual 50%er. And then won it, and then emotes me. Gamers were a mistake. Why do you get triggered when someone does that to you? Why do you think my reaction of fuck you is me being triggered? Why, like, what's the problem with you that you can't say something to someone without being triggered? Like, I don't understand. Like, why can't I just express that I'm annoyed by someone and that it was any emotion equals triggered. It's just like, I can acknowledging that what someone did isn't something that's pleasant or reasonable doesn't mean, yeah, you're not allowed to experience any feelings ever. No emotions allowed, only triggered. Correct. Yeah, it's so gamers. Like we said a minute ago, gamers were a mistake. Yes, I agree with that, Josh. Triggered has basically been co-opted and overused to death. It's like woke and toxic. It's just like mostly lost all meaning. Agree. It's like, why does something cause you to experience emotion is basically what you're saying. I think we're dead here. Hands just super awkward. Project Pegasus was so bad for us.
Escaped.
That's a good quote, too. If you're playing games and not experiencing any emotions, maybe you should play better or different games. I often feel like when people are like, why does that trigger you? Comments like that, it feels like they're telling on themselves in a way. They're like, oh, people shouldn't be upset when I do this to them. I want to do this to people and they shouldn't be upset. Why are you upset by the thing that I like to do? Well, it's true. If that's what we're talking about, it basically is a word that just doesn't have a meaning. People basically use it to say, why did you experience an emotion? Oh, I'm just gonna die to a... Oh. Well, that was... I was expecting... that my heavy side was I'm gonna die to an Alioth. I was not expecting to get Professor X out of the Brood deck. I wanted to try some of this because Destroy had some reasonable metrics, despite looking like it was poorly positioned. But it's still, in fact, poorly positioned. It's kind of feeling like we'll spew a little bit more stat points, but I was surprised. I was surprised at the numbers looking at this deck on Untapped. And playing with it has been like, oh yeah, this is kind of shit. Mira, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. You don't even have to create your Survey Junkie account with the exact same email. The following through the link from the giveaway that you filled out links them up together. So as long as you make the Survey Junkie account after entering your thing at the giveaway, it's good to go. What's the best climb deck right now? I've got a list of best decks here. You can always come into my chat and type best to get my thoughts on best decks. It'll basically only not apply when what's it called? When there's a patch that's just happened, which will be happening soon, to be fair. Easy snap. Play my death, play my forge. We'll go Deadpool into Hulkbuster, into Deathlock this, into Deadpool Taskmaster.
Victory.
I can't imagine not playing Null. I would believe a world where you're just not supposed to play Death because there's enough Mobius among the competitive gamers, but Null's very good. Are we gonna play any horror games for Halloween or the stream? Nope. We might do Spider-Man 2 on stream after drops are done. I don't even know that opposing decks playing Luke Cage is strictly what makes Man-Thing bad, Burgle. I think part of Man-Thing's problem is that because it's symmetrical, because Man-Thing is symmetrical, you also have to play your own Luke Cage. Which doesn't feel great.
Enough said, Bob.
So it's like a card that has kind of a low ceiling that also... It's like a card that has a pretty low ceiling that also has like a number of other cards you have to play around it, right?
I am Iron Man.
You also play... but those types of decks just aren't good and can't keep up with the Elsa decks, Burgle. And Man-Thing's not enough to give you the tools to keep up with Elsa as like the TLDR. Alright, so if this wins here, they'd have to put 2 here, and they'd have to put 6 here. Which is probably possible. Feels unlikely to win. They might think they could get by with just a Rock Slide, though. Rock Slide puts them to 23. I'm at 24. They're leaving. Okay.
Victory.
Yeah, exactly that, Farm. The current problem with Man-Thing is that it is a 3-card package currently. You have to have Luke Cage to stop Man-Thing from hurting your cards, and you currently have to play Rogue or something else to take opposing Luke Cages away so your Man-Thing could work. And even if Luke Cage wasn't a meta card, which, let's be real, Luke Cage is probably a meta card in perpetuity. If Luke Cage isn't a meta card, it's still a 2-card package, and having a package for a card that's just not generically strong enough isn't great. You know, it is great though, chat, these adverts. We'll see you in 2 minutes. As always, if you want to duck them, consider subscribing to the channel to support directly. We'll catch you with some more gameplay on the flip side. Don't go anywhere. Oh, segues like that, like a true radio talk show host. You know, I'd like to think that if my high school improv teacher could see me now, she'd be very proud of me. Couldn't you just only play 4 and greater cards into the Man-Thing path? That's just too clunky hitters. There's too many good cards in Marvel Snap that Man-Thing hits that just like avoiding playing those cards or avoiding playing them into your Man-Thing path is a big lift. I need to complete a Man-Thing quest this weekend. You're not helping. Burgle, you just take a good deck and you cut the worst card for Man-Thing and you go about your business. It's funny. Someone in chat said I found it decent into a high Evo deck last night. This is my last tweet, chat. Shout out to Man-Thing for helping people realize that high Evo is still pretty good, even if you make the deck worse by cutting the thing for Man-Thing. I feel fairly confident that if you just replace the thing with Man-Thing, or Man-Thing with the thing in all of these high Evo decks people are posting, the deck's probably better. And I don't think you want both. It's just like I think this deck is just a textbook example of people found the stock good deck that Man-Thing kinda works in, even if it's worse than other things you could be doing, and they're like, look, it's fine because the rest of the deck is good. What are you still doing on Twitter? The same thing everybody else is still doing on Twitter, chat. Being filled with self-loathing. And a crippling addiction to social media. And promoting yourself. I would be skeptical if posting things on Twitter meaningfully increases any sort of engagement anywhere. There was an article recently that talked about how NPR got off of Twitter and none of their actual web traffic meaningfully changed in any way. If anything, chat, the way people become pure pieces of sodium incarnate when they get blocked, I'd wager me being active on Twitter probably hurts my metric when people throw temper tantrums after I decide I don't want them on my feed anymore. For the 2 months or whatever I was off Twitter, none of my content metrics meaningfully changed. Twitter if Bus took away your ability to block people, 100%. The site would no longer be functional for me. They still have a rogue. They do have a rogue, yeah. Good thing they aren't roguing shit, chat. Nice, Professor Cheese. Assume they're leaving here. But if not, we're playing 41 stats out. I think I might cut this death for a copy of Luke Cage to protect my stuff from Shadow King. The rest of this deck is spelled fine, but there's just too many Mobiuses for death. Getting Shadow King does no bueno. I got death for Shadow King. I got death for Zola. I think Taskmaster's better than Zola, and I don't think you need both.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir!
That's nice. Very nice.
Enough said, bub.
Jeff, if the Punisher is for sure getting a buff today, ignore this comment. It's a tough one.
Enough said, bub.
this ever hold here? They could have drawn... you are not... It is okay to discuss any information that is appropriately in the public already, such as public leaks. They could have drawn a second hammer here, but there's a good chance they're a Chavez deck. There's more chance of me growing wings myself than Angel getting off. I believe Glenn had commented in the past that they have an Angel rework done, but they're waiting on VFX for it to be implemented. And reworks require a patch, so that won't be coming. That won't be coming today, obviously. But I would fully expect an Angel rework potentially before the end of the year, even. A strong gamer.
Victory.
When do OTAs? OTAs usually drop sometime between 30 minutes from now and 4 hours from now. It's a pretty big window because they manually execute it. Okay, I'm gonna Deadpool because I think it's unlikely that they don't play a second thing here. When's the next patch? 3 weeks? Patches happen every 4 weeks. So the last patch was on Tuesday the 3rd, so the next patch will be the next patch will be on Halloween. What's going on, Dice Boot? Thanks for the 17 months. Welcome back. We'll snap at this point. We have 15 power Venom into 24 power Deadpool plus Taskmaster. It'll be a pumpkin patch on Halloween. We're up to 141 surveys completed on our Survey Junkie giveaway. Looks like we're going to be giving away at least a Nintendo Switch. I bet we'll hit that 200 mark. See if we can get up higher than that. Appreciate the folks that checked out the sponsor today. I want to do this. This will be 17, 20 here in the middle. And we'll go 24 and 22. Only the highest breakpoint, Shuki. So there'll be one item given away based on what breakpoint we hit for the survey stuff. But still pretty good odds. Even if we hit the gaming PC at the top, 1 in 400 to win a computer for free is pretty solid beats. Is Luke Cage better than Mobius M. Mobius in this deck? I think so. There aren't that many waves lurking around anymore, and there's a lot of Shadow Kings. This deck's pretty susceptible to Shadow King. I think Luke Cage is pretty good. This promo is just for US, Canada, and Australia. They don't tell me when or why they choose regions. I assume there's usually legal issues. So yeah, we're currently here. We're heading towards here. I bet we could probably get to here or here. That's a great location for us, especially with Venom here. Quebec is excluded from Canada. I've heard Quebec's the one I've heard described as Canada's Texas, right? If so, that makes sense. Who would want opinions from that? No, that's Alberta. Okay, sorry. Apologies. Apologies. Quebec is France. Okay. This null into the Taskmaster is about to be worth infinite points, chat. The best Airhawk, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. The Graph A, thank you for the 28 months. My sub is almost 30. Time to remind it to stand up and stretch. Yep. I probably want to, like, null Taskmaster here to spread out against their likely Shang-Chi deck. Yeah, good chance they have Shang and Enchantress. Ghost Rider. Yeah, they're probably, what's it called deck? A, Silver Samurai deck. Does anybody know how many golden credits you can get every week or month by spending on the pass? We do lose to Shang Enchantress here. Otherwise, feeling pretty okay. But they could realistically have Shang Enchantress. Alright, they got one of them. Not both. Eric Tron, thank you for the 39 months. Sorry, to answer, how much golden credits you get every week or month with spending money only on the pass? You get approximately 400, you get approximately 4.5 spotlight caches per month for season pass. No, that's free to play. Season pass is slightly more. It's like 500-ish collection levels or a little over. Depends on which, like, ranked and conquest rewards you get, if any, in a month. This is a brave deck to play into the 3M metagame. Which part of my deck cares about Mobius? Am I missing it? Oh, our previous opponent, sure. I accept. If you're interested in seeing stats about Marvel Snap's endgame economy, and what free players get, and what season pass players get, and what it costs to get absolutely every card on release, I have a video breaking all that down here, my economy update video. Not very good, chat. I think we're probably dead. If you completed a survey and collected points on Survey Junkie from it, you are counted in those 142. Gamers, not take forever, challenge level impossible. We deny their Elsa bonus on the left here, at least. We have 8 energy for the last turn. Not that I'm sure that that's actually useful. We have 9 energy on the last turn. Not that I'm sure that that's actually useful. If we would have drawn Venom, if I would have drawn Venom, it would have been good, right? This doesn't count as played. I can't Taskmaster. If we would have drawn Venom, I could have gone 19 power Venom here into Taskmaster here. Hulkbuster would have also let us gamble. I could have Hulkbustered a coin flip onto this and then Taskmastered somewhere else.
Victory.
Thankfully, they're terrified, so we got him. To set a low bar, this deck feels better after I cut Death from it. Rest of it still feels pretty good. He took the kids, no ring toss on the head. I was wondering if this was a combo. Damn, combo it is not. The Survey Junkie promo will be running until Monday evening. You have the weekend to get around to it. Hey. Listen, chat, sometimes the Morph, Infinite, Jubilee, Star-Lord deck has your number. It's probably just a low collection level opponent that's trash canning us. Sometimes that's how variant scheme goes.
Escape.
Another stat player whose gameplay you like and appreciate. I don't really watch that much stat content these days. Little bits here and there. I think Dexter's probably the person I watch the most, but just not a ton in general. It's hard to, I have a hard time watching people that just like no life the same deck for an entire stream, and there's a lot of that. The content space. Yeah, especially post ladder or post ladder change. There's a lot of like, oh, I'm grinding for number one or whatever. Which of like more power to you if that's what you're into, but I just like don't enjoy that type of gameplay. Am I supposed to like X23 into Killmonger? I think I want to X23 into Killmonger. So that way if I draw Carnage next turn, I could go Deadpool, Hulkbuster, Carnage. Final answer. I guess opening up their Avengers compound is good for them though. So maybe this is bad. Rewarded with what I wanted, though. We did stop their Elsa trigger, yeah. Okay, so we're hoping to draw Taskmaster here. Come on, Davies, don't let me down. Oh, Loki means we're probably dead, right? Yeah, I can't play both of these either way. Oh, they just hit a bunch of bricks. Deal. Oh, they only Loki'd one card. Is that true? Yeah, I think you're right. Or two. Hoping to get into streaming staff, what advice would you give? I give the same advice to all new and starting streamers. If you will be happy streaming your game to literally no people, then you should fire up and stream your game and have fun. However, if metrics are going to be something that you're going to worry about when you're starting out, don't do it. Because most people that stream end up streaming to no people. If you're A-okay sitting there and talking to an empty room while you play, more power to you. Twitch especially has very low amounts of discoverability. And if you're someone that's subscribed to the channel, by the way, and you are making stuff on occasion, we have a community content channel in the subscriber Discord server where people post stuff on occasion. I try and make an effort to follow people that post in there. People share YouTube and Twitch stuff that they're working on. My number one piece of advice, though, is if you're looking to do content, YouTube is easier. It's less demanding, more flexible, easier to get discovered by some amount of people. Final hour. Thanks for the third of a year. So people are saying there's a patch out. It's probably just a bug fix patch. Let's take a peekaboo here and see if I've got it. Can pull up our giveaway goodies while I check. Yep, I have a 9 megabyte update for Steam. The update should not be the OTA. OTAs are not a patch. It's all like 10 megs, yep. Is deck playable without Taskmaster? If you're a low collection level player, it's probably fine. Taskmaster makes it a lot better, though. Still 6.5. iOS says it's performance improvements and bug fixes. Got it. Sounds right. You are fully allowed to talk about anything that's leaked publicly in my chat. Second Dinner doesn't punish content creators for discussing leaks that are in the public space, which is good. I've worked with other publishers that punish creators for talking about public leaks. It's just the actual stone cold worst. Leaks equal data mines. So, data mines could technically, I'm leaving here by instantly okay. Data mines could technically be considered leaks, but, we're talking about leaks. There was a, Second Dinner gives access to content creators to post an early video on the main Snap channel when new cards come out. And in the Man Thing video that a creator, Freddy Babes, posted, there were a number of cards shown in the video that had different text boxes. So people have been speculating based on that video what could be coming in the OTA. It's also worth noting Glenn Jones and Second Dinner have talked about in the past that they frequently try lots of different things in testing, most of which don't make it to production. So I would be surprised if all of the things shown in that video were accurate, but that's what people are speculating on right now when they're talking about leaks. Upgrading with gold is back. And the whales rejoiced. Rise, my fellow sea creatures. Rise to the occasion. The ocean is saved. Stavrogs, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Final hour, thank you for the third of a year. Happy Thursday. Ah, it's so sad. Arnold's looking a little queasy, chat. Yeah, that's right, man, Steely Thunder. I guess there's some non-sea creatures that don't have a Shang variant they like by now, but I feel like a lot of people gotta have Shang variants.
Enough said, Bubba.
Alright, let's be some cubes in the collection level gamer.
Enough said, Bubba.
I think that was ideal for us. We'll see if +7's enough to win the left here. Could die to like a Shang-Chi. Are we good? Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we have beat up the low collection level gamer.
Victory.
As a big neighbor. We're heroes. Yeah. You know who is a hero, chat? Everybody who sticks around for these 2 minutes adverts. I'll see you on the flip side. Subs, what's good? We're such a bully, chat. I play a little bit more Destroy this morning. Nick's been alright. Where do you go to vote on the variants? The voting starts on the 18th, I believe. Nah, none of the Midnight Suns variants really tickle my fancy. Do you think it's reasonable to leave Man-Thing and Spotlight Cache this week? You mean like you have one Spotlight Cache to open and it's guaranteed to be Man-Thing? I don't know. What's going on, Hex? Thanks for re-upping now that it lets you. The biggest problem is that, like, I don't know, like, I really like... I think Scarlet Witch is probably my favorite of all of these pieces. But like, I already have a Scarlet Witch variant. It's already inked. So like, if I buy this, I not only have to spend the 1,200 gold, but I also have to spend credits that I don't really have to like try and get another good split on it. And the card's just like not popular enough for me to justify. Some like really popular cards, I don't mind having 2 good variants so I can have like an inked or a gold on it. You know what? You know what, Second Dinner? And this is, honestly, this isn't even a me problem. It's a Second Dinner's lack of technology problem. The fact that I can't favorite multiple versions of a card and then have random versions of my favorites populate my deck every game I play is a huge miss. I would be way more inclined to have good variants with good splits on multiple on a single card if I could just get a random from them every single game I played. Like that's a feature they should spend time working on. It would make them money. CSGO does that for skins. That's one of my favorite features. Yep. Like as of right now with their features, I don't have a compelling reason to ever buy more than one variant and split for a card. I think Lady Deathstrike is a fun B- power level card. I think if the idea of playing Lady Deathstrike decks appeals to you, she's a fine pickup, but she's not like a meta breaker or a must-have card. But she's a unique effect where if you don't have her, you can't play any of the decks that she's contained in. I was gonna buy the Spider-Man Midnight Suns variant until Jeff said it looked like a snake, and now I can't unsee it.
Enough said, bub.
If you think 1,200 gold is a hard price to justify for any cosmetic, you are not the target audience for cosmetics in games like Marvel Snap. And that's okay.
Victory.
When you beat the Cosmo Professor X with your Destroy deck. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Ah, yes. Win the match. Go down a rank. Emotions. 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 I have them. I have emotions. Feelings. Loki replaces the cards in your hand with copies of cards from your opponent's deck. Deadpool, day late and $1 short, gamers. A day late and $1 short. Alright, they Loki'd 6 cards here. The problem with this is, if I do this, the Venom gets eaten. They're just supposed to Venom the left. Yeah, they have an 8-power Deadpool, and they probably have our Null, right? So, we gotta go.
Escaped.
Missing Mirage, Ravona, Stegrod, Spider-Man 29, Dakin Howard, Gene Kagan 5. Is Dakin the one we're saving for, or go for Series 4 complete? I think Dakin is probably the best of all those cards. With Mirage maybe being the second. I'm a little bit cope that Ravona might get an OTA update at some point, because she hasn't done anything. Would be nice. Hey, look at that, chat. I played around the feature location by playing in the center. You notice I stopped here and then pulled it back? I was like, yeah, Abby's feature. I should play mid.
Oh, snap.
And there it was. Yeah, Mirage is solid. Mirage is more replaceable. Like, Dakin's a card out of all of those where, like, if Dakin's in a deck, you can't just replace Dakin with a different card and still play the deck. And that's how I personally would typically evaluate cards in a given thing. I would ask myself, okay, if a deck has this card in it, can I replace it with something else and still play that deck? And the answer to that question with Dakin is a resounding no. You can't cut Dakin from a Dakin deck and still play it. They're actually just playing the deck, by the way. Maybe they know something we don't. I'm gonna kill it. I'm a little afraid. Was that little jingle always there for the duck? It has been, yes. Name. Buster, Venom, right? Is that the line? I need to play around their Alioth, chat.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
It's this, right? For a little bit skilled, the Buster hits the X23, and then she lands center or right. Yeah, Big House making it so Alioth can't get in here is huge. Does Alioth kill a Hulkbuster card? It does not, actually. Hey, congrats on hitting Vibranium, Loki.
Victory.
X23 is such a powerful addition to this deck. Being able to null on 5 is strong.
Oh, snap.
Destroy deck on clothing vats.
Victory.
Alright, neglecting to upgrade X23. I don't upgrade base art cards. Need to find a variant for her at some point. Here. Both of us playing right in the event that the Abbey happened. Thick X23 here. Would love to draw Venom. Or an eventual null would be fine as well. Null lets you work towards something you had Deadpool doesn't show up. Yeah, exactly, Potato. Someone earlier had said they cut null from this list, and I think that that's a mistake. Any idea what X23 will downgrade? I would assume cards that released more recently are very far away from downgrading. To enter in the survey, you need to continue through to the Survey Junkie website and complete a survey there. Luke Cage is here for Shadow King chat, for those asking. All right, so speaking of... I think it's this into this so I can Taskmaster the Venom next turn. No, any survey on Survey Junkie. So if you scroll through, some of them are longer, but there's some shorter ones as well. Just this. Actually seems kind of bad for us, though. Punish for not playing the Killmonger last turn, but I couldn't know we were drawing the null. They always Alioth here. How does Alioth beat me? The thing to understand when you're starting off Marvel Snap is that lower collection level people especially play a lot of AI opponents. Your win rate's gonna be inflated until you get to infinite. Any good tips on deal with Alioth, or is it I lose if they have it and just retreat? The cold hard truth is, in a lot of situations, Alioth is just a coin flip. Sometimes it deterministically beats you and then you have to leave, but other times you're just not gonna get better than a flip. Especially if they're like also a Doctor Doom deck. It was a weird stay and play on their part there. Actually, it felt easier since I acquired High Evo and made a deck for it. I mean, High Evo is a very good Marvel Snap card. It's definitely one of the better ones a lower collection level person can pick up because it basically gives you like 6 new cards. Any advice for a player who's always stuck in the 90s? The blunt truth for someone stuck in the 90s is that the only difference between you and someone that's climbing higher than you is they're playing more, most likely. I don't think this draws us a card, right? It says exactly 2. I think I have to do this. Why is the opponent's placement in Infinite show sometimes and others not? Because, if they're below rank 5,000, it doesn't show it. As the TLDR. So this person is ranked below 5,000. Brutal. Bounce. Their start's good, ours is not.
Escaped.
So our 3 points to move on with our life. I'll play this for another 15, 20 minutes or so, and then we'll switch decks up. Hopefully we have an OTA before I die of old age. Usually those drop at some point in the next 2 to 3 hours. Sooner rather than later would be ideal. Hey, thanks, Loki. Remember, too, you've got that Prime icon next to your name, so you're always able to use that to sub without spending anything. The Magic Bundle is a good deal because it's 100 gold per dollar, right? I would like my position on good deals in Marvel Snap to be objectively, or be crystal clear. It's not objective, it's subjective. Nothing you could buy in Marvel Snap is a good deal, chat. You're paying for fucking pixels. That being said, anything that's 100 gold or more per dollar is less bad than some of the other things you could buy. Don't remind me of how much money I've spent on this game for literally 0 ROI. My other piece of advice is you should never put money into any game ever expecting it to have a return on investment. I know we're all suffering under late stage capitalism, but I promise you it is A-okay to have a hobby and not have that hobby be monetized. The money that you spend on things like Marvel Snap shouldn't come with an ROI. The investment is the fun you have along the way. And if you're not having fun, then you should stop playing and definitely stop spending. A Farsec, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that. My return on investment is when I melt looking into Jane Foster's art germ eyes. What's the return on investment for your sub? What do you got? You get access to the Hoglandia Discord server, and you get to spam all the messages you want in chat. Is your returns. Well, not all of them. I mean, most of them. That's true. Saving yourself from our advertisers. Not all of the advertisers, though, chat. Some of the advertisers pay for superpowers. Like Survey Junkie. They have advertising superpowers. Subs are not immune to them. Want to talk about returns on investments, chat? For the low cost of investing some of your time into a survey, you could be the winner of one of these wonderful prizes. Listen, chat, when Survey Junkie came to me and they wanted to advertise on this stream, I was like, boy golly, have you come to the right place. I have a place littered full of people who want to inflict their opinions on others. I even went so far as to confirm that gamer opinions were worthwhile. I was a little hazy on whether or not people actually wanted to pay money for gamer opinions, but they've assured me that even gamer opinions are worthwhile on occasion. And they're the experts in this sort of thing, chat. You get to choose which ads play during ad rolls, or is that done by Twitch? That's fully automated by Twitch. The only ads I have control over are like the personalized ad things that I take like Survey Junkie. I am a somewhat poor capitalist on occasion. I do occasionally turn down sponsors for being bad fits or bad products, for what it's worth. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Enough said, bub.
I think going middle is solid. Just do this and call it a day, right? On moral grounds. Yeah, I don't take any sponsorships from like cryptocurrencies, for example. It's a good case in point.
Enough said, bub.
Crypto sells ads. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, but like cryptocurrency is like, it's finally falling off as that bubble has burst, but for like the better part of the last 3 years, cryptocurrency was the largest ad spend in the industry. Generally speaking, the 3 types of sponsorships that paid the most money are cryptocurrency, mobile games with microtransactions in them, and online casinos. Or in case you need another way to put that, gambling, and gambling pay the most. Gambling is good for the house, it turns out. Yep. Oh, I forgot my rule about playing Sedge. Wasn't thinking about the feature location. Should have played middle, chat. Could have drawn a card. Punted. Hey, thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Dice Cop, welcome back. That's probably just a retreat angle. If I would have played here, we would have had 1 extra card drawn. Maybe we could have done something, but our hand just doesn't do anything this game. They haven't snapped, so we'll hang out, but...
Opponent snapped.
Take a cube.
Escaped.
They get a lot of ads for sports betting apps. It just feel weird with how commonplace it is that casinos are basically illegal everywhere. Yeah. Don't have a number range for what we've been calling low collection level players. When I say low collection level players, I'm usually referring to people that aren't Series 3 yet. So sub 600. Yeah, at 1100, you're no longer low collection level. Correct. We'll put Wolverine here because this could be the feature location. Yeah, casinos have become more and more common in the US. Also, chat, just for the record and for clarity's sake, I don't have a problem with gambling. I played a lot of cash poker through college, and and for fun at lots of points of time in my life. My opposition to things like my personal opposition to cryptocurrency is related to the fact entirely that it is something that tries to present itself as not gambling. It is not the act of gambling that I personally take issue with. It is the deceptive nature in which it is presented. Gambling is very similar to like alcohol or marijuana, where like it's fine if you do it in moderation and you're responsible with it as an adult. We're having a good day if we're actually playing on a featured location day. I mean, this feature location isn't really that polarizing. For a true skilled gamer, Wolverine jumps here. Would have been better to Killmonger Deadpool than Cage for Venom. I don't know. Would it have been? Why? I guess murdering Misty Knight at some point is probably something we want to do. Oh, my Deadpool got hit by a Cyclops. Brutal. Second rude.
Victory.
Yeah, so he has a 2x modifier, but he also has a -1 on him, right? Which is interesting. Would Cyclops be ongoing? I kind of wish he was, so you could interact with him better. If you put him in play, he has 2 power. Yeah, I believe that sounds right. I keep forgetting to play to the feature location. Like did it a couple of times earlier. That's fine, it wouldn't have mattered. I feel like we need a way to interact with triggered abilities. I'm kind of surprised we don't have like a silent style of effect in Marvel Snap yet, where it just like fully wipes the text off of something.
Enough said, bub.
A leech, yeah, a leech, but like a 4 on the board, right? That's what I'm referring to. To the people who are actualing me with examples right now, you understand what I mean, stop it. I'm talking about a Shang-Chi or Enchantress style card that wipes the text off of something currently in play. I'll play Luke Cage on the last turn. No, I'm not talking about Enchantress 2.0. Talking about something that can get rid of the effects of cards that are currently in play that aren't ongoings as well. So like it could cover something like Enchantress could cover it, but it would get rid of like Angela or Elsa or Cyclops with high Evo, stuff like that. Collector. It would also wipe out triggered abilities.
Opponent snapped.
The last card I played was Null, right? So if this hits Taskmaster, it copies Null. I don't have priority though, so if they have a rogue, we die. They're probably a rogue deck. I can't play for Quantum Tunnel, unfortunately, because of what's it called? Let's bounce.
Escaped.
We're trying to copy Deathlock. No. Deathlock doesn't count as fully played until all effects resolve. The viewer deck or a Jeff Brew. This is like the stock destroy deck we've been playing for several seasons. I cut Death because of Mobius, and I added Luke Cage because of Shadow King. But 11 of these cards are something that I've been recommending for a while. So the answer to why are some cards ongoing and others not is the cards that aren't ongoing have what I would refer to as a triggered ability coming from Magic the Gathering. They're not something that happens constantly. They're something that happens a singular time when a certain condition is met. And that's functionally very different from an ongoing effect. Hey look, the Hawk had an effect. Oh, I wonder if that was fixed in the patch today.
Enough said, bub.
We're dead. Yeah, well, that's what we're discussing, Jeff. I don't think they should make triggered abilities into ongoing effects, but I think there should probably be a card that lets you interact with them. Angela could be ongoing, has just 2 power for each card played here. That's so complicated to track, though. There's like adds needless complexity to the game.
Escape.
For something that already has a pretty clean templating. Yeah, what happens if she moves locations? That's what Old Hulk was like. Not really? Like I think retemplating every card that has abilities to be ongoing would be bad. It also would require a rebalancing of literally every rogue or enchantress style card. All right, gamers, it's about that time. I'll see you on the flip side of a 2-minute ad break. When we get back, we're gonna play something else. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I have an OTA update coming soon, huh? Also, gamers, if you haven't done so yet, if you're someone that spent any amount of money on Marvel Snap, make sure you go to the Marvel Snap website and click Shop and log in and claim your freebies. Even if you only bought the season pass, there's 200 extra gold waiting in here for you. So make sure you get logged in and check that out here on the new Verse site. You go to marvelsnap.com, click Shop at the top. You put in your player ID, and you can claim things based on what you spent. Also, if you missed yesterday's video, we have full announcements on everything that's going to be coming with the 1-year anniversary. You can check out the free stuff that's going to be coming with that in a quick 3-minute breakdown. I think the new spell effect will be singular to the new card, or will we see more with that text? You mean, like, will they put other cards that have effects like the spells? I don't see why they couldn't. Do I play more Hela? Maybe I do. Maybe I do something else. This is probably fine in this future location. I do feel about people using the term proc when they mean trigger. I think words have lots of meanings, and those things used interchangeably is fine. Hey, 10 cars, thanks for the primer, I appreciate that.
Destiny will arrive.
Well, this is Lake Hellas, not a Hellfire Club. How can we know if we've been entered in the giveaway? If you completed a survey on Survey Junkie and got points on Survey Junkie's site, you are all entered up. Bashal, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. It says Professor X mid or right into Blue Marvel mid into Alioth mid. Hey, thanks for the half a year, by the way. 6 months went fast. Before I know it, it'll be 5 years. I hope to be here in 5 years. Interesting to see if Marvel Snap's still here in 5 years.
I am Iron Man.
This is so close to being enough. He says, looking at Luke Cage.
Escaped.
You want Vision instead of Blue Marvel because you have the right locked up. I mean, how am I supposed to know they're going to play hard for here instead of continuing to play into their Angela path? Feels weird that they decided to move from playing into their Angela path.
Destiny will arrive.
It's also Delented a snap. I don't really have any good follow-ups yet, right? Kinda need like a Blue Marvel or a Dino or a Professor X. Alright, wish granted.
Victory.
Couple points energy next turn.
The universe shall be set right.
Man, here's a Marvel Snap YouTube take. I'm very surprised the first anniversary doesn't include enough collector's tokens for a Series 5 card. Whew, golly. Gamers. Gamers. Personally, I looked at the list of rewards, and I was a little disappointed that Ben Bro didn't send me a crisp $100 bill. Pretty let down. It's the reason you don't upgrade the base arts, because boosters are hard to get for new cards, and I'd rather upgrade variants when I get them eventually. I agree with any take that says I should get more free stuff. Agreed. Wait, am I the only one who has given 100 brood bucks? Get him! We're gonna do something with this path, right? Really?
I am Iron Man.
lose to their Alioth middle, I guess. Does anybody know what time the OTA drops today? There are some people aware of when the OTA drops today. Oh, they're a Valk deck. That makes sense. Got me. I was like, what are they doing? They kept like not. They kept not interacting with their hood Mysterio path. No, never in the history of Marvel Snap has anything ever dropped at a specific time. It's always been sporadic. There's like loose time periods where they drop. But the OTAs have like a 4-hour window basically that we are currently in the middle of. It's just marvelsnap.com, Somber, and then you click shop at the top. Yeah, the Steam and other updates published a little bit ago, they were bug fix updates. OTAs are not a patch, so the OTA changes will come independently of the client update that happened. What deck was that? That was the Valk Patriot deck. If you haven't seen the deck that our previous opponent was playing before, that means you're not keeping up with the sweet Marvel Snap deck highlights that happen 6 days a week over at youtube.com/Hooglandia Snap. If you're looking for a good source of off-meta deck lists, you should put that in your watching rotation. Enthusiastic plug, yeah. How could I schedule a YouTube video for something that I just very clearly stated I don't know when it's going to happen? Anyone more tech savvy, explain to me why some updates need patches and others can be done via OTA. So the OTA updates can just change numbers on cards. So there's no, like, there's a rhyme and a reason to it. Unless Rogue. Now I have Alioth to cover Rogue, and they know I have Alioth. It's interesting. Some of the more off-meta things I post on YouTube tend to have the worst performance metrics, like the more stock decks tend to perform better. It definitely feels like the Marvel Snap community on average prefers stock meta decks.
The universe shall be set right.
I'm also just a little salty that anytime I post a Falcon video, it does poorly. This Falcon's one of my favorite cards. That's true. Most gamers have never played a game for fun in their lives. Is definitely a part of it. That's a good thought, looking for confirmation that their own preference is good. I think I'd buy that for $1.
Oh, snap.
Is that different for Magic content? Yes, definitely. I think a lot of people play Magic the Gathering explicitly as a creative outlet to feel smart. And they feel smart not just from winning, but from the creativity aspect of it. Their Professor X is a little suspect here since they played Jeff, but I think I'm committed to going for it. Okay. Okay. That Blue Marvel rug pull? I mean, it's only turn 5, chat. Why are people acting like I need to worry about them pulling us, chat? I can do that turn 6. If you're gonna get rid of Limbo, you want to do it on the last turn. Woo, doggy! It's unfortunate that I need Blue Marvel to win Nidavellir. Otherwise, we could totally Alioth Reality Stone. Yeah, they must have taken the Reality Stone with their thing, so they know we can rug pull here. I have almost 200 Alioth boosters, chat. I'm a very bad man. $200, those are rookie numbers. Listen, chat, if you have more than that, I got bad news about you.
The universe shall be set right.
If Alioth doesn't see the nerf bet, I'm gonna have to spend tokens to get at me things. I think if Alioth doesn't see the nerf bet, I'm gonna have to spend some money to update my Magic Arena account. I think I want to Psylocke this turn.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
What's toxic about our deck? Chat, there is a Professor X and an Alioth right there, okay? What's toxic about my deck? Everything! It's Brittany, baby! There's even a leader. Listen, this timeline's a little fucked up, chat. A leader is definitely the good guy here, okay? Is it Leader or Thanos? I think it's just Thanos. Their deck probably doesn't have any big things in it. Like copy a hit monkey or something silly. It's a full tie. It's a full tie. LOL. Oh. Leader would have won. Leader would have copied me a 4-power hit monkey and I would have lost. Because I had priority. If you didn't have priority, would you get a 16-power monkey? Yes, you would get their monkey plus another trigger for 2 off of it. Or however big their monkey was. Their monkey, well, I get their monkey plus 2.
Destiny will arrive.
A Thanos rework where if you played all the stones, they merge into a gauntlet card that empowers Thanos. I ask, why does Thanos need a rework? What's wrong with him? Ah, I forgot about the feature location, chat. Such a big stupid. My hand's not that good, and I forgot about the feature location. I'm gonna leave when they snap.
Escape.
Need to not be playing under the revealed location with your 1-drop. Abby is more likely to flip up. Thoughts on Abby as a location? It's a sweet addition to the game. Who's excited for another totally not crappy OTA? So, what was the last crappy OTA that we had? Anybody give me a... What was the last OTA we had that was not good? Anybody recall? I'm struggling to remember. I feel like the OTAs usually hit. Last week's patch wasn't an OTA. It was a patch. And yes, those things are different. The patches get locked in a month in advance, chat. OTAs get locked in a week in advance. These things are not the same. What was the last OTA? Was the one to... Yeah, the last OTA was the one where they kneecapped Galactus, right? That was good. No, the Maria tweak was the patch, and that was different again. So the next patch is already outdated. Chat, the patches... I would be surprised if you asked any of the second dinner people and they told you the patches are the way that they primarily balance the game. Yeah, patches are there for adding and restructuring content. I agree that the last patch didn't really adjust the metagame, but the statement is mostly like, oh, was that the goal of it? Okay, so this dino is 17 on the right, which puts me to 25, so I have to add 13 there. It's probably fine for us, like they just can't play for left. Yeah, I think that's a good summary in chat from Voth. Patches are to fix cards with fundamental design issues. OTAs are for actually balancing the game. Yeah, I agree, Liquid Tiger. I don't think there's an OTA that's been, like, objectively bad. I think, like, the last patch, you could say their redesigns were misses, and they didn't really successfully fix the issues with those cards. Like, Ue2's still unplayable, but they took a shot at least. It's absolutely crunched here. Oh, I'm actually at 26 too. I forgot about the blue marble bonus on the dino.
Victory.
Galactus, Kitty, Snowguard card, Psylocke, Squirrel Girl. Yeah, I think that was a fine OTA. I think most of those were impactful and reasonable. Crazy how Angel is so glaringly easy to fix. What makes you think Angel is glaringly easy to fix?
Right.
My favorite comments are for people who haven't done game design who always assert how easy game design is. Please enlighten us, oh Twitch chatter. Just make it better. Just make it good. Yeah, duh. Angel, not Angela. I see some people talking about Angel versus Angela. Angel. K9 GM. Here to respect women and see good decks, but I'll settle for one out of the two. You're definitely not about to see good decks, so that's about all I got for you.
Escaped.
On OTA days, when the OTA is out, my pinned message over my chat will be a link to my OTA review. So if there's not a pinned message to an OTA review on an OTA day, you can make the assumption that it's not quite out yet.
The universe shall be set right.
Put Angel on the bottom of the deck like Chavez. That's actually, anybody suggesting Angel is fixable by putting it on the bottom of the deck should be jettisoned from a cannon and never allowed near anything remotely game design related. Holy shit, gamers. No, you don't just make Angel be the bottom card of the deck. When Untap posted stats about 6 drops, Chavez was in like 40%. of decks, and she desperately needs a redesign. We should not add more cards like her. We should delete the one that we have. It would quite literally be one of the most broken cards in the game. What order would Chavez and Cheaper Chavez go on the bottom of the deck? Stapo, they haven't really done a whole lot here yet.
Victory.
Now, if you want to think outside the box, you want to really pump Angel up without making it auto-include in every deck. No, that would make it an auto-include in every deck, right? I was thinking, what if you added it like a 13th slot that isn't actually in your deck, but then everybody would just play it for free, right? So it's like also not an interesting design. I don't know. Half the time when people are like, this is an easy fix, they're like not thinking through most of the things, right? It's just a free 1-2 in certain edge cases.
Destiny will arrive.
Companion zones are bad. Let's not repeat Magic the Gathering mistakes. Yes, I think the bare minimum make this card marginally better, but probably still bad, is have Baku and Angel jump from hand. But I also don't know that having them jump from hand would meaningfully change the power level of the card, so I don't know that that's a worthwhile change, right? Like, why make the change if the card's still going to be bad?
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
Which is another part of the game design that's hard, right? You're like, okay, well, this is a freebie, right? Do the freebie. It's like, well, why bother with the freebie if it's still gonna suck shit? They did buff Namor. I mean, Namor was an OTA buff, not a text box change. I think actually the exact opposite of those. I think cards like Namor, where you could add a +1 to their power and the effect of the card still remains true, even if it's not necessarily good or playable, that becomes a worthwhile change. Like just changing a number. But like Angel isn't a card you could just change a number on, right? Like, you can't just make Angel a 1-3 and suddenly it's fine, because then suddenly decks that don't play destroy cards want to play it because, like, a 1-3 with no downside is just, like, a fine rate card in a lot of situations. So, like, not every card design is a card where you could be like, oh, this is a thing you want to do. You can change the number and then it's fine. Because at a certain point, your cards just have too many stats. Can I pay you to say that name again? I love how you say character names, oh mighty jester. What's going on? I don't know which one we're talking about there. Will we get an ASMR voice discussing when the OTA posts? We will not.
The universe shall be set right.
All right, and at this post, I would like to officially request that we move on from talking about how to rebalance cards. Uatu. Yeah, I could say Uatu. The discourse around rebalancing cards often becomes kind of repetitive and redundant. And I prefer not to sit on it for too long. If you want to give your opinions on things, save it for the Survey Junkie surveys, gamers. They want to hear what you have to say for some reason. They'll even potentially give you prizes and cash if you give them enough of your opinions. Hey, Tagger, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Really appreciate the support. Happy Thursday.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Alright, we need the Alioth to win because I moved the Soul Stone. No! Rip. Lost to 50-50. Rip. And if I would have put Elsa here instead of the Soul Stone, we would have still been a 50-50, right? Because I would have been 22 to 18. Animated Taco, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. So, good to put ourselves in a different position there, really. New York Shuffles. I will say, and obviously a big chunk of the blame lies on Alioth as a card. But part of the thing I think that makes a number of these Alioth decks frustrating is at the end of these games where Jeff, Vision, Nightcrawler, and other cards that move are all sitting around the board, almost every game is like comparable to a New York coin flip in some way, right? Like there's no really reading the output range of what they have going on, because all of their stats could end up in all of the locations. Yeah, a lot of it feels like I walk away from the games like, yeah, there wasn't really anything I could do here to get better. Which is kind of a mediocre feeling. This is kind of bad for us. I'm gonna reality stone it. Right, Vision more frustrated than Alioth. I think it's a combination of the two. I think either independently would not be a big deal, but I think when you mix them all together, it becomes kind of eh. Let's see if I can grab their collector and their Loki. I'm shocked Kingpin hasn't made more of a resurgence with these mover decks. It is a testament to how bad of a card Kingpin is that it is not playable through all of these sub decks. Whoa! Whale who finished the season pass already, chap. It is my intention that moving forward, my chat is going to be in sub-only mode with a chat points option to chat occasionally if you are a non-sub. A lot of the discourse surrounding game balance with A lot of the discourse surrounding game balance and things with Alioth and others I've found incredibly frustrating lately, and having lots of opinions being thrown around with that in chat is not something I've enjoyed. Right. Also, like, if you're someone that hasn't subbed to the channel and you're a regular here, I've run 2 or 3 different opportunities in the last couple of months with promos, with sponsored stuff to let you earn a free sub with a few minutes of your time. So keep an eye out for those in the future, or you shouldn't have passed up on the ones we did in the past. Speaking of, this also gets you out of watching adverts. I'll see you on the flip side in 2 minutes, non-subs. We'll hang out. Duke, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Unregulated Twitch chat is dangerous. Consume at your own risk. Yeah. Feel like sub only with a paid message is a good thing. It affects the sanity level. It makes people think before they type. Yeah, I agree. And also, it makes the watching. It makes sending a message, like, as opposed to the slow mode where you send your message and then wait, the using channel points is wait and then send a message, which is a better dynamic, I think. It also means that a bunch of the people who are non-subs that have watched it regularly for a long time probably have channel points saved up, because we don't do things like channel point gambling here. So people that have been long-time stream watchers probably have a bank of points to throw at things if they want to chat with some frequency. $250 points is minimal at the end of the day. It's somewhat substantial. I think you get about 200 points an hour if you're not subbed. Loosely. About channel points to get a sub? Yeah, I could do that maybe. I've thought about that before. I don't know. At the end of the day too, I think something that a lot of people don't realize is that a majority of people who watch on Twitch don't chat. Vindicatus, thank you for the quarter of a year. Like, when my chat is fully open, less than 10% of people watching the stream send chat messages over the course of a given day. So, like, at most, if every person who felt like they are leaving or not watching the stream because they can't chat constantly, like, some amount of those people that want to chat constantly are subbed anyways, so it's like probably sub 5% of the viewers. I don't know. I've been streaming for content for a long time. I've been on Twitch for a decade. You know, it's been my full-time job for 6 years. The number one thing, if I could go back and give Jeff from a decade ago better advice, it would be manage your spaces better sooner, so that way you can temper and make your mental feel better. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And just like letting constantly things that like negatively impact you be around and not removing them is a mistake. And that's not to say that everybody that's not subbed is commenting things that are negatively impactful, but it is to say when there's more people throwing noise out into the world, there's a higher chance that you hit something that's negatively impactful. At the time, it felt like a sprint, though. Big life change. Yeah. In fact, so I've been looking back at some of my stats, comparing like my first year doing when Magic Arena launched to the first year after Snap launched. And one of the differences is, so in the last calendar year here on Twitch, I've streamed about 1,750 hours. In comparison, the first year after Magic Arena launch, I streamed about 2,100 hours. So I streamed over 300 hours more over the course of the calendar year. Which is a pretty significant difference. Definitely burned the candle at both ends a lot harder that year. I was also one of my first years really doing full-time content. Yeah, on average, 8 hours a week different. Yeah. I also did a little bit less YouTube during then, so I probably offset a little bit, but still a lot of lifetime to burn. It's a shame we lost our Iron Lad gamers. At least we have our pack of Jeffs. What did they discard? Oh, I missed it too. Deathlock. Yeah, we are destroy Sunspot. Maybe a low collection level gamer. I assume the kids also make a difference there. Yeah, my kids were a lot younger then. They were like thoroughly in their like blob stage at best. Like my oldest was as the same age Haley is now. Blob stage. It's just accurate, chat. Tiny humans are basically blobs. If I Alioth here, they could full soak and get me. I think we do this, but I could like lose to their Alioth, I guess. And so just a low collection level gamer. We are a bully. Yeah, like my kids are 8, 9, and 3. We have extracurricular activities like 5 days a week starting in a couple of weeks. We like do Cub Scouts on one night, ice skating on another night. They're taking a theater class on one day. They just started chess club. There's some reading and speech tutoring in there. A lot going on in the Hoagland household. Oh, I missed the fist bump. Sorry, opponent. Vendiar, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. How far apart are the oldest two? My oldest two are 15 months apart. They were real close.
The universe shall be set right.
They're both having a lot of fun with their first theater class. They've also both been ice skating regularly for a year now, so they're going to be doing a holiday ice skating show together. It should be fun. It was important to me. Hope they enjoy it. This will come as a shock to all of the regular watchers of the stream, I'm sure, but I was a theater kid growing up, believe it or not.
Face the might of Asgard.
Yikes. And we're out of here. Diba, that's all, folks.
Escaped.
Beep. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know if I'm gonna last a whole hour with this one. I might change decks relatively quickly.
Destiny will arrive.
Destiny will arrive.
Snap.
Started playing Lady Deathstrike and it all destroy opponents. They got your number. Destroy's pretty good. We spent a couple hours playing that earlier today. Might loop back around to that if the OTA doesn't hit soon. You better at singing, dancing, or acting. I mean, like, can I just be, like, terrible at all of the above? Rip. 2 draws in any of our 1 or 2 drops, and, swing and a miss. Let's see, gets to power up on the island. It is in fact Shuri time, and they drew an extra card, which is pretty scary. Mother of God. Got him in my sights. Tick, tick, boom. Dee-dee-dee. Be-dee-dee. Move Jeff right and then leader them. Yeah, it's probably a good take.
Victory.
I like some combinations of cards that beat us here, but not many. Was Shuri still active? No, the vision got blown away. The vision flipped up. OTAs often don't happen until noon Pacific, chat. There have been some times where they hit in the morning, but usually it's patches in the morning, OTAs in the afternoon. Even that's an estimate. Yeah, they've been as late as 2 p.m. Pacific, so 4 Central.
Destiny will arrive.
If Alioth and a face down card, would Shuri still be active? Yes. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that happen the other day in a game. How will you know when it drops? Well, if you're watching this stream, you'll know. We'll tell you.
Opponent snapped.
Is Man-Thing DOA? I have not seen or played with Man-Thing in a single deck where it felt like it wasn't just better as something else. I think most of even the good Man-Thing decks I've seen floated, he's just replacing a card that he's probably worse than.
The universe shall be set right.
I think Black Knight's gonna be super sweet. There's a strong guy Ghost Rider discard deck we'd played a little bit of that I think Black Knight slots right into. That should be fun to play. Black Knight's got some objectively powerful things that he potentially enables. I think Man-Thing has a place in an Annihilus deck. I think there's a real chance it's just like worse than other cards you could be playing in those decks still, like I said a moment ago. Did you say strong guy? I did say strong guy. And again, if you missed that sweet Strong Guy deck, that means you're not keeping up on the YouTube side. Make sure you're following over there for a lot of interesting and fun off-meta ideas. I don't think Black Knight is likely a card that is good in the traditional, like, Dracula Apocalypse discard deck. It doesn't work with that core. I mean, if Black Knight's going to be good, it'll prop up a different style of deck. Okay, and then we play another copy of Blue Marvel here. And then we have Alioth here for the last turn. They ramped, so they could Alioth us on the right side. Jeff leader mid loses to Thanos right? Thanos right puts them to 30, and I'm only at 13, 17, 20, plus 11, 28. Yeah, it's just a full Alioth coin flip, right? No, I counted Soulstone. I have two blue marvels. This is a blue marvel. Get fucking ghosted. What a gamer. Oh! No? Just taking forever? They were thinking long and hard about their flip? Not ghosting, just also thinking about their flip. Hats off to my opponent for fist bumping my absolutely awful gameplay. Please, OTA deliver us. Please, OTA deliver us. It's just actually just the worst gameplay. All right, I'm gonna play some Hella, chat. I can't play this deck anymore. It's so boring. At least when we're flipping coins with Hella, it's exciting. With priority isn't the safest play to move Jeff and leader mid. Yeah, that lost to their Thanos. Low tech Mav, we counted that. But if I'm gonna flip coins to win my games anyways, they might as well be. Oh, mother of God. What a gorgeous piece of art. No, come back! I wasn't done looking! Rude. How am I supposed to appreciate the artwork, Jen? What a pretty kitty. Titillating Marvel Snap gameplay. It took me a minute. The Elysium flipped up and I was like, wait, why can't I play my Jubilee? And then they snapped and I was like, ah, yes. Ace Blade, thank you for the over a year of support. Appreciate the 14 months. I think Mobius would be fine as a 2-2. My Cerebro 2 deck agrees with you.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Mobius and Shadow King both go to 2 today, and we only play Cerebro 2 the rest of the week. In. Call. Ooh, that's a Cosmo RNG. Rockjaw! Good old Rockjaw, nothing beats him.
Escaped.
Oh, that's sweet. Can bask my wasp. Ah, the classic turn 1 rope. The time when most Marvel Snap gamers need to put their thinking caps on and really weigh all their options. The best thing a Marvel Snap patch could do is take the timer on turns 1 and 2 and cut them in half. Maybe even less. Ooh, my Lockjaw deck gets to draw with the Abbey? That's exciting. They're probably spamming emotes, we recently muted them. Oh, that's totally what's happening, isn't it? Is that a hub Elsa Bloodstone? What a gamer. Sure. This might be a world where we count on Infinite winning the right, and it's just like Slam Giganto in the left, huh? Yeah, they spiked a second also off the hub.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Okay. Nice, nice. %50 Mule Deer, 50% Living Tribunal. Honestly, that might be fine. Why win just 2 when you can win all 3? Exactly. Living Tribunal would be 27, we'd be 61. So we'd be 20 in every path. That probably wins the game. 20s across the board.
Mjolnir, to me.
We can dodge a Shang-Chi, we can dodge a ball here. Yeah. Living Tribunal would in fact have won all 3. Is Super trying to upgrade Thor here? I wouldn't mind. We did finally hit my gold background Thor split this morning. So I wouldn't mind getting him to gold border to finish him off. All the Darkhawk enjoyers this morning putting rocks in my deck. Stop it! Stop! Please! I have a family! Okay. Alright, gamers. Alright, gamers. Never lockjawed into a rock in my life, and I'm not about to start now, okay? Monka Jubilee, though. Monka Jubilee, though!
Mjolnir.
Clear for takeoff.
I can win this game, right? I think so. I can win this, says local man about to die horribly to an Alioth. Oh, guys, gals, and non-binary pals! We got him. Ha! Got him!
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir to me!
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Alright, and now, for no reason in particular, I am going to run our 2 minutes of ads a little bit early. We'll see you on the flip side, gamers. Switching impact time, something like that. What's going on, dude man guy? Appreciate the primer. It's Thursday. It's Thursday. A secret boss. Thanks for the not so secret prime sub. Appreciate the 7 months. Good afternoon. Any dad jokes to pass time during the admiral? I think I'd run out of that. Alioth becomes a 5-4. It was originally data mined to be like a 5-3, right? At least they caught themselves in making it a 6-drop. It was a 5-5? Wasn't it really a 5-5? That's so good. I thought maybe 5-3 was made up in my brain. It was definitely a 5 cost. I don't remember its original power. Did you imagine being able to reliably Odin and Alioth? Yeah. Like the one day someone remembered Daredevil was a card. Yeah. All right, we're just gonna vibe for a minute or two. And while we're vibing, remember, if the previous adverts weren't enough for you, be sure to check out the stream sponsor Survey Junkie, where we're doing a giveaway. We're slowly creeping up to 200 first surveys, where one of those 200 people is gonna win a Switch OLED Zelda edition. If you're in the US, Canada, or Australia, you'll have a chance to win that. And we're gonna be going with this promo through Monday. And if we get up to 300 or 400 surveys, the prize will increase for whoever wins it. How will we know if you won? Brandfluence, the people running this promotion, this is this website. They'll be contacting you via email that you put into this when you click here to enter the giveaway. And Survey Junkie, if you haven't seen them before, not only do they want your opinions, chat, but they'll pay you for them. Survey Junkie gives out $40,000 daily to people that complete surveys, on average, averaging over $1 million paid out monthly, and they paid out over 25 million USD to date through the Survey Junkie website. So if you're looking to press buttons and give your thoughts on things, check them out and have a chance to enter the giveaway here. We get to know who won if we did. I will find out the username of whoever wins. Are you telling me I can get $1 million for doing surveys? I mean, how much time do you have for how many surveys? Chat, does anybody know how to get rid of this freaking red pimple up here? Do I have to like click on these things and open the tabs? Is that how I make them go away? Or is it just permanently? You click news and it went away. Yeah, it didn't do it for me. It'll go away eventually. Maybe I gotta clear it like on my mobile. Yeah, it's definitely got some kind of buggy thing going on. Click on the events themselves. I did click on a couple of them. All right, since we're still chilling here, I'm gonna go to the proving grounds so we can leave if something happens. Mobile clears the pimples fine. Okay, I'll have to load up my phone. Do that later. If the survey link is not working for you, one, make sure you live in the supported regions, US, Canada, or Australia. If you don't, move to one of those regions first. And if that's not the problem, make sure your ad blocker is not breaking the forwards.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Relocation. Chat, we're giving away a gaming PC. Relocate. Come on now. Ah, yes. Our deck is a phenomenal TVA deck. Ungout. Thanks for re-upping that Prime for the second month. Appreciate it. Welcome back. By the way, for people that didn't catch the news yesterday, make sure you've got, next week locked in to get some free stuff. Twitch drops are going to be coming back. Good Gambit.
Time's up.
Time's up. And then, obviously, we're dead here, but it's the stomping ground, so. As you will. Doggy! We found the one deck that was worse into the TVA than we are. Got 'em!
Victory.
Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Ah, location variance. What a sweet and cruel mistress you can be. Is a shocker variant really worth it? It's an exclusive shocker variant, chat. You get 10 collection levels worth of credits as well. You are probably gonna watch Twitch anyways. So get some free extra. What's a site to claim your anniversary bonus stuff for spending? Just go to marvelsnap.com and click shop in the top right-hand corner. Will I be streaming longer during the drops? Yeah, definitely. Because these drops are a bit less than the first round of them, I'm curious to see what metrics look like, but if metrics are strong, I'll be doing extra hours during drops again for sure. Hard to predict though. Alright, my wife and I loosely cleared our schedule. So a patch happened earlier this morning. OTA is live. This is not a drill, chat. All right, hold on. I have a YouTube video to publish, and we're gonna watch it here together, okay?
Escape.
I think this is the longest OTA review video I've ever recorded. I think it's mostly good. But I think it's also, yeah, no spoilers in chat. You'll get banned. I think it's also the longest one I've ever recorded. Just in terms of thoughts on things. Playing here real quick. Oh! Damn it, Past Jeff. Noises. It's time for another round of Marvel Snap over-the-air card updates, and to set a low bar, the changes this week are going to be a lot more impactful than the patch that happened last week. Second Dinner actually opens these OTA notes by just reiterating the fact that The OTAs happening twice a month are their primary way that they're looking to adjust and balance the metagame. They note that OTA changes get locked in about a week in advance, letting them be a lot more flexible and quickly reactive to things that are happening in the metagame, while patches have a lot more lead time than that, often being locked in over a month before they release, meaning they're not the primary tool for balancing the metagame. That being said, this OTA will likely bring changes to the meta. Let's dive out into the details. Let's talk about the numbers changes to the cards that most of us care the most about, myself included, the purple fart cloud that's been hanging over the Marvel stat metagame, Alioth. Alioth is having its power reduced from 5 down to 3, and a reminder, its text box is remaining the same because these over-the-air updates can't change card effects. They can only change numbers on the cards. Cost, power, and any numbers that might be in the text box of what. I would like the record to reflect that reducing it to 3 power means they did do more than the bare minimum. Okay? So at least we got that, which Alioth has none. Second Dinner justifies the change that they're making today by saying that Alioth has impacted the metagame in a big way. They thought it was going to see play, but it's seeing a play rate at a higher than they expected, and the counterplay that they envisioned existing to it hasn't been functioning quite as well as they had hoped with the initial 5 power stat line it released with. Specifically, Second Dinner calls out Dr. Doom putting a Doombot into a path as being potentially better counterplay with Alioth losing stats. I think something like Captain Marvel stands to contest Alioth paths as well now. At the very least, it means that Alioth isn't going to be able to jump into a path where you're behind. You're going to need to be solidly ahead if you don't want to risk losing to these other cards that can add power there after the fact without actually being in the lane. Overall, Second Dinner also notes that Alioth is accomplishing the design goal that they set out for it. They explicitly wanted a card to be added to the game that rewarded players for having priority going into the final turn, kind of acknowledging the fact that previously interactive cards like Shang-Chi had explicitly been rewarding players for going second because you wanted their big play to flip up so you could then chop it down, and Alioth kind of changes that dynamic on its head. While I definitely agree that that's what they've accomplished, I don't really personally love the type of gameplay that Alioth generates alongside of it. I think something that feels at least anecdotally true to me is that in a post-Alioth world, Marvel Snap gameplay feels a lot more coin flippy, especially when you're playing into the Alioth decks that also play Dr. Doom. It feels like most of those end games, you have a hard time ever being better than a coin flip when you're trying to play into both those powerful 6-drops. Will taking 2 points of power off of Alioth ultimately impact what it's doing in the metagame? I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see and find out. Card games got a lot of things going on. It can be hard to fully predict that, but at the very least, I think it's safe to say Alioth is worse than it was before, and I'll be curious to see if this pulls its play rate, or more importantly, its success rate down compared to where it was when it released. Our second nerf this week exemplifies what I really love about Second Dinner's approach to these regular balance passes. They're taking Shuri from a 4-2 down to a 4-1. Second Dinner justifies this change by saying that over the last few months, Shuri has consistently flirted with dancing across their kind of balance threshold that they look for when adjusting something and going back down it, often staying above for a few days and then bouncing back down. A change like this, realistically, doesn't change the power level of the Shuri deck on average, but there's going to be some key tight spots where it allows decks that are a little bit lower power level to eke out a win, where previously that they wouldn't. I think anytime they can take a top performing deck that's consistently there, like Shuri, and make it a little bit weaker than it was previous, so that way the B and C tier decks have a slightly better chance of competing with it on occasion, that's a huge win. It lets people continue playing their good meta deck that they enjoy, but it also lets people who enjoy working off the beaten path a little bit have some more breathing room when it comes to competing with the best decks in the format. Our next change today is another one that I personally think is phenomenal. We have Forge going from a 2-1 with the on reveal, giving your next card plus 3 power, to a 1-1 with the on reveal, give your next card plus 2 power. Second Dinner notes that Forge's previous design of plus 3 power was just a little bit too good at putting extra stats on the board, especially in conjunction with cards like Brood, and we've seen that the Brood Absorbing Man Patriot Surfer deck has been pretty omnipresent since the Forge buff, and I think pulling this card down in that context makes a lot of sense. I also love changes like this one because this isn't a strict downgrade. While Forge is giving less of a buff, it also has less of a cost associated with it, which means you're going to be able to fit it into your curve in spots that you wouldn't have previously been able to. For example, you'll now be able to play Forge on turn 1 and then Mr. Sinister on turn 2, giving you 9 power for 3 energy across 2 cards. Another combination that comes to mind that I personally have been enjoying is Psylocke on turn 3 ramps into Lady Deathstrike on turn 4, and now with Forge costing just a single energy, I'll be able to play Psylocke plus Forge on turn 3 into a 6 power Lady Deathstrike on turn 4, letting you clean away a good bit of cards that your opponent could be playing out. Forge as a 1 energy card also fits much better into bounce strategies that I personally am a huge fan of. This card now works with Falcon for the first time, and it becomes free when you bounce it back to your hand with Beast, which seems both fun and powerful. Absolutely love the execution of this change. They take the top deck, i.e. the Patriot Surfer Brood deck, and pull its power level down a bit while also opening up design space with a card that can fit into a new spot where it previously wouldn't have been interested in playing, like Bounce. Our last 2 OTA changes this week are strict buffs. The first of these involves Black Widow, or specifically the Widow's Bite. Previously, the Widow's Bite was a 0/0 that denied your opponent a card draw and then took up space on their board. This is now going to be a 0-1. Second Dinner notes that Black Widow's kind of been an underperformer for a while, and while thinking through what role they wanted this card to fill in the metagame, they decided to put the extra point of power on the Widow's Bite as opposed to the Widow herself for a couple reasons. The first is putting it on the Widow's Bite creates a dynamic decision point for the opponent deciding where they want that negative power to impact their board. And the second is by not putting the power on Widow's body proper, it allows Widow to be a better synergy card if you're doing something such as carnaging her after the fact to get more value out of the small body she was leaving behind. Personally, Black Widow's always been one of my favorite cards, and I'm excited to have an excuse to play more with her with this change. Our final buff this week comes to one of Marvel Snap's early series cards, the White Tiger. Again, this buff, similar to Black Widow, is going on the game piece that the White Tiger creates. Specifically, the Tiger Spirit is going from a 5/7 to a 5/8. Second Dinner notes that White Tiger largely just sees play in those early game scenarios where you get this card, comboing with Odin and then eventually Wong as players break into Series 3, but she hasn't really seen any consistent play outside of those early game scenarios. They note that they don't really expect this to make White Tiger a top power level card, but whenever they can add some stats to a card that's not a top performer to make it a little bit better for people that enjoy it, they see that as a win. They note that they're choosing to add the point of power to the Tiger as opposed to White Tiger herself, because leaving White Tiger with just 1 base power lets her synergize with things like Ravonna as well as Mr. Negative, whereas she wouldn't if they kicked her up to 2 and left the Tiger at 7. Overall, I think the set of over-there updates is pretty solid, while it's difficult to impossible to predict exactly. All right, so there's a few different things we could do with that. If you enjoy my breakdowns of those, as always, be sure you check them out on the YouTube side and give it a watch time and a thumbs up over there. I appreciate everyone that does it. We could bounce. We could Odin. We could, Shuri is technically an upgraded negative Shuri now. There's a few different things going on there that we could do. Bounce. I don't know that I want to bounce, gamers. Elsa bounce, maybe? Negative. I kind of want to spew with negative Shuri. If I'm being honest. How many OTA cards do I get to play at negative, Shuri? It's like negative. It's Tiger. I can play Forge. We could technically play Widow. Alioth gets better. I almost feel like I need to put Black Widow in here for just like for the memes. Yeah, I need Rogue for Mobius. Probably Lady Deathstrike. Yeah, I kind of want Odin. I kind of want Iron Man. Not having Iron Man's probably a punt, right? Do we not play Lady Deathstrike? Can we just play Rogue? I want Odin. I feel like being able to go Wong, Tiger, Odin is probably something I want the ability to do. Yeah, Ironheart's fine with Wong too. Let's start here. What's going on, Alex OJ? Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the primer. Welcome back. What are our Shuri targets? Maybe it's not a Shuri deck, actually. Is that the slot I'm struggling to fit into? Because it's like exactly Panther. Maybe that's the line. Yeah, like, I'm gonna put Ironheart in. I really like Ironheart in the Wong builds. I think it's probably just a Wong, Tiger, Odin game, huh? I don't have a lot of great negative things in my deck. I could just do Wong into here. They shuffle. He had to play Wong into nowhere, so it didn't end up there because of Starlit Citadel gamers.
I am Iron Man.
Beating. They beating 11 on the right. 18 left is probably solid for us, right? I assume we're losing the middle. That's by a bit. Yeah, I was a little surprised they didn't touch Ravona. I wonder if their stats say something that we're not familiar with.
Victory.
They are pushing some cards around her. Yeah, I don't know. Their verbiage implies that they don't expect the White Tiger change to move the needle a ton. I think the Forge change makes Forge a better generic card while simultaneously making it worse with Brood specifically. Excuse me, so I think it's a good change.
Snapped.
Yeah, Stature and Black Bolt should probably get their points of power back at a minimum. Right? Yeah, I imagine Deadpool decks, while the Forge buff is a little bit smaller for them, on average, they'll still be happy with that. After this Forge draw, it's all really good cards left in the deck. I agree that Forge into Brood is probably still fine. Huh? Gamora plus White Tiger is a lot of stats, yeah. This is 5. I probably do it the other way, right? No, that's fine. The Gamora is 17, and this is 22 here. The problem is if they Taskmaster, they get 28, right? Is it just Alioth? Alioth loses to them playing a small thing over here, right? But they've already played Lizard and Ebony Maw? Yeah, it's probably just Alioth. Okay. Always. Always, gamers.
Victory.
Oh, they had a demon from the hood. Oh, yeah, they totally should have just put the demon here. You done messed up, got milk. Give in to the Alioth brain, let it flow through you. Yep. Three is still greater than 0. 0 power Alioth won that game, to be fair. Alright, I don't think I can play this deck. I think I need to play something else. I'm not. I know we're Mr. Negative Ink, but I'm not. I don't wanna Alioth gamers. I don't have a bounce deck loaded up. I kind of want to do something with Widow. Like that's the start, right? Then I probably want some other ones in here. Est is good. We need Mobius so we don't get waved and stuff, probably. I think I want to play Falcon. I need one more 1-drop. Probably just Hood. Could be Hawkeye. Hawkeye instead of Hood too. Do I want to be Kitty Pride deck? Yeah, I mean, we're an Elsa deck, right? Elsa Angela, probably Kitty. There's just so many cards in these decks now. I just don't know. I feel like I can't fit all of the things. Like, I look at all this and I'm like, I don't know that I fit Darkhawk into it, right? Yeah, I can't remember the last time I got waved. Do I have to have Mobius? And then, like, the other problem is, like, I don't have room for Luke Cage is the other issue. So you get, like, Shadow kicked into a corner. Can we cut Rock Slide if we're playing Korg and Widow? Yeah, probably. It drags the curve down. Just play Yorian so we can have more cards. Yeah, exactly. Yep. She's boring, but she's here. I only have room for one tech card, chat. Would I rather have Mobius or Cage? Would I rather have Mobius or Cage? That's probably Cage in this metagame, right? Just like lick our wounds when they wave us. Put an avatar on. Steggy boy, oh steggy boy. What's going on, Luby Pop? Thanks for the primer, appreciate it. Ramaset, thank you for the half a year. I don't mind playing Angela onto Isle of Silence in this deck, so I'll play Korg mid. Playing Korg mid's also good in the event that we queue into, or we hit the feature location that's still going on. Like that. I think the Alioth change will be a good addition to Cerebro 3. I don't think Cerebro 3 gets worse when you add a good card to it. Would I rather bounce Black Widow or Forge? So we're going Forge Widow this turn. The question is, would I rather bounce Widow or Forge? I think my Hawk's probably going to be sufficiently large, and I'd like to spread the points around. Okay, I think I'm going to do this. Oh, the Widow's also kind of mid because of Quantum Realm, right? We'll cut him off a draw and she'll like grow our Hawk a little bit. Yeah. Is this good, chat? I can't tell. This is kind of what we talked about earlier, where the end of every game just kind of feels like New York against this archetype, right? Actually feels like a pretty big coin flip. They're leaving, but we're definitely far from a sure thing here, right? Yeah, their Nightcrawler moved, but Jeff and Vision could both bounce around. All right, 2 hits that are fine here, 2 hits that are sad here. Yeah, I guess this could be worse. I'll get to... Beast was the solidly worst one. So I get to Widow them, and then we get to just Beast on curve, I suppose. Yeah, they lost their tech card. So I'll get to draw here. But I think that's still fine for us, right? Do I snap them? Feels snappable. Yeah, Forge for 1 looking real clean here. I could draw here if I wanted. Nah, I think I want to set up the good beast path more than anything. Yeah, like this seems absurd, right? Like my beast is 9 power here, and then I get to like play a bunch of stuff mid and trigger Elsa and then Falcon them back. Yeah, they could rug pull, but we don't necessarily even need a turn 7, right? Do this. Frosty Panda, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Do I put this here, actually, to be able to compete for the left and the right in the event that they rug pull? Yeah, I think that's the play. I mean, it's like a little bit sad that we don't have a Forge next turn, but that's fine. Do I Forge the Demon instead of the Black Widow? Because I don't want to commit. I want to have the power of where I'm committing things to flexible in my hand, basically. This hedges them rug pulling and us still being able to win the game, I think. Pervidia, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Not the Darkhawk we wanted for Christmas. Probably still fine though, right? They can't move anything over here. So this deterministically wins here because it's plus 7. And then I play this here, and then this over here is plus 2. Hood is -1, right? Hood gets plus 3 from Elsa, and then adds 2 to Angela. So definitely staying here, yeah.
Victory.
Yeah, it felt very reasonable. One energy forge fitting it along our curve felt real clean, specifically. Right, how do viewers on your website fit into your viewer count? They add 1 to the viewer count if you're watching on jeffhoagland.com. Believe it or not, there's not that many people watching on jeffhoagland.com though. Oh yeah, if this deck gets a YouTube highlight, it's gonna get pitched as a Forge Widow deck, not a bounce deck. Can't put Beast or Falcon anywhere near the YouTube title. Yeah, you gotta trick the YouTubers into watching bounce content. Bounce videos, any video that has Falcon or Beast in the thumbnail underperforms by a wide margin. A snap on. We trigger Abby on 2. Why does bounce perform poorly on YouTube? I assume it's because the average YouTube watcher wants to be told how to win easily, not how to take a complex sequence of actions that eventually win the game. I think this is line. Been solid for us. Hoping to draw Korg or Bass next turn. It's gotta just be this, right? And a Falcon Widow left. Well, this makes it so we don't have priority, which is nice. Which means I could Widow them this turn, and they get the Widow's Bite after their MODOK happens, which is great. Your deck has 4 cards in it right now. We do this. here. Ooh, Dracula. Okay, so we can't contest the Dracula Dakin path. And then my Darkhawk's 11. So I think we just go here, right? This will do 14, which puts us to 27 here. And then this is, sorry, this is 16, because it's got the forge bonus too. And then this will be 6, 8 in the middle, up to 27. Yeah. Put to the middle as expected. That was their most expensive card. Okay, well. Not quite the flourish I was expecting at the end, but still, it's still has pretty solid numbers. They're got 22 on each side. They're a bit bigger, though. Alright, gamers, this deck's a ton of fun, and we're definitely going to play some more of it, but it's about that time. I'm going to run to the restroom while we take our 2-minute ad break. You're not going to miss any gameplay. Don't go anywhere. We're going to play with this deck for another hour or so, and then we're going to check out some other stuff post-OTAs. Thanks for hanging out today. Also, if you're a fellow old, stand up and stretch your legs. You know you need to. Walk to the bus stop to pick up the kid. Perfect. That was my favorite upgrade. My older two can walk from the bus stop to home now on their own. First deck I queued in with this deck was a wave deck. Yeah, this is a style of deck that would really love a sideboard. Because we can't play more than one tech card in our main deck. In our 12, like, we have Luke Cage. It would be nice if you could, like, swap Luke Cage for, like, other good tech cards when you need them. I made the mistake of opening my Twitter mentions and found someone telling me that they shouldn't have adjusted Alioth or Forge. Ah, gamers. Ah, gamers. Oh, I should have played to the face down location because of the feature. That's fine. That's fine. We're committed here at this point. Am I committed there? honestly don't know. I kind of like doing this. I think this updated Forge is a phenomenal example of a side grade, and I absolutely love it. It is a phenomenal change. I don't think I'm hooding here. I think I want to wait to hood until turn... Well, I guess I'm bouncing these this turn. I'm not going to have a good window to play the hood, am I? If I want to bast it and get the demon. Goat Seeker, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. So let me go Forge Darkhawk Demon next turn. Hood order. Yep, thank you. That was a test. Some of you passed. The rest of you should be very disappointed with yourselves. My Darkhawk is 13, which is 15 here. Just for the game. This is 13, 15. It puts me to 31 here. And then we shrink the lizard and we play for the center as well. Got him! The Human Torch bounce deck is just not good. I don't. Well, we'll probably get around to playing that with updated Forge at some point, but I don't expect it to suddenly be playable because of that. Deck just has way too much location variance baked into it. And again, I'm playing to a face-down location because the Abbey is currently a feature, so if the center location is the Abbey, I want to trigger it on 2. Oh, get metagamed. I suppose. This draws me a card, it gives me a demon, it's probably fine. Aiden Atuma. What a gamer. Guess we'll cut them off and draw. This doesn't bring the Black Widow back to my hand. That's probably fine. I don't know the power output. Poor Master Mold. He tries so hard. Ooh, look at that nice amount of surveys completed. Thank you to the 169 people that have checked out our Survey Junkie sponsor and entered in a giveaway. 31 entries away from that giveaway prize, pushing up to a Nintendo Switch OLED edition. If you're in the Canada, US, or Australia, be sure to check that out. Widow here, and then like next turn we could go like Angela 1-drop, I think is the play. Now it's this, right? But I guess the question is, do I think I have time to bounce the Falcon? The D-Man? Yeah, I could just draw Luke Cage though, right? Wait, this is another content creator using this screen name? Oh. Yep. That's very disgusting. I think I need to play for the center. To other people that are justifying this username by telling me it means something in Japanese, I'm sorry. there's no excuses for having N1GER as a name, as your name in a game like this. What are we, why are we saying sequencing? Why are we saying sequencing? No, my sequencing is fine, right? So, I have to play to every location if I want to beat Alioth. But that makes me worse into everything else, right? I can play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can play everything but Chavez here. Oh, I needed to put a demon here. Damn. Bye. If I switch these, I lost track of counting. I should have switched these. Yeah, the other thing, to the people that are like, this name isn't intended to be bigoted, then why is there a 1 in it? If we think the word is okay and we're not using it to be hateful, why don't we just write the word out? Or do we know that the word is inappropriate and that it's hateful and it shouldn't be used? Probably that one, right? Also, if it's a Japanese word, these are English, these are Arabic characters, right? So these are technically called Arabic characters. Like, you want to put it Roman, they're not called Roman, are they Latin? The Latin alphabet? Yeah, it's not remotely Japanese text. The numbers we use are Arabic, the text is Latin, okay. Mix those up by brain. Latin alphabet. There you go. Oh, it's a streamer too? Yeah, you could probably report the Twitch stream for hateful conduct. That's probably very realistically something you could do and that Twitch might take as actionable. Twitch has certainly banned people for much less than that. The in-game name reporting basically just doesn't do anything. To call a spade, second dinner's exported support is actual garbage tier. I think I'm gonna Black Widow here, and then we can go like Forge Korg into Beast tier. All right, so would I rather duplicate Korg or Forge? I think I'd rather duplicate Forge, so that way, because I don't have a Dark Hawk yet. If we draw a Hawk, it'll probably be big enough. That's fine. That's fine. I wasn't sure if I wanted to bounce my Korg or my Forge anyways. Joke's on you.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
My Hawk is... My Hawk is very large. Do I want to give them... Do I want to give them Elsa, or do I want to cut them... Oh, I'm just cutting myself off a draw with Black Widow, right? So we just do this. Yes. Oh, there's Cerebro 5 gaming, chat. Oh, by the skin of our teeth.
Victory.
Oh, we did have a shop update. Typhoid Mary's a sweet one, Chip. It's too rich for my blood. No, no. Not my last 6,500 collector's tokens. I just don't play enough for her to justify it. Not a fan of the shop takeover. I think the shop takeovers are fine. I think maybe this one's like a day too long, but like 1 to 2 days is fine. Beast? Beast? Korg.
Opponent snapped.
Onyx's not great into Project Pegasus. I think I'm gonna leave. I guess I'm cutting them off a draw. I'm gonna stay. Alright, in a perfect world, we draw Beast next turn. Alright, they looking for 3, which isn't that scary. They're gonna draw 2 more cards, meaning my Hawk is 16, but they also haven't moved their Nightcrawler yet. Really needed to draw Beast this turn. Probably dead. Brings your kitty pride. And double Elsa? Yeah, I gotta go.
Escaped.
How does Bounce feel without Kitty? I don't think I've missed Kitty. Our deck's pretty solid at spending all of its energy every turn. Yes! Yeah, I plan to vote for the Torch variant, I think. Having someone playing frickin' Master Mold in our MMR bracket while we're trying to test a bounce deck is a little unfortunate / frustrating.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, peace, bud.
Escaped.
Mr. Negative is bad. We just stopped playing it because I was winning most of my games with Alioth. I will say, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I think from a optimization for the community standpoint, something to think about is Ghost Rider and Torch are both Series 3 cards. Meaning, if one of those wins the votes, it'll give some players who aren't Series 3 complete yet access to new cards they wouldn't otherwise have. Which is kind of a nice thought / extra.
Avengers! Assemble.
If I do this, the next shirt I go 2 into 1 drop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that works out perfect. So this is 6 more here to 15. This is 18, 21, 27. If they drop Onslaught here, how big is it? Onslaught's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So they go to 26. This is enough to beat an Onslaught in the middle. See if I counted that right. 27? I think I put it up there. I over counted a little bit. Yeah, okay. Cool. I got close. For the quick Mavs getting it within 1. I'll call it a win.
Victory.
Oh, you can come out. I can't play high now. Look at that. It's only okay. I'd say anyways. Not bad. Is it worth it to sub out Forge for Rock Slide in the stack? No, I think 4 is the minimum number of 1-drops you can play in a deck like this to make Falcon worthwhile. We also haven't really had a problem with our... We haven't had a problem with our Hawks being too small. You know, I probably want to start Angela over here, so that way, if we draw Darkhawk, he can take over the Onslaught Citadel. Putting Angela onto the path that I want to Darkhawk doesn't quite make sense. They got 6 cards out of our deck, so we could be in trouble here. Korg, Demon, Darkhawk over here. Might get him next turn. Marhawk. Rip. God, they hit like the actual perfects out of our deck, huh? There was one card out of our deck that we hadn't seen yet. It was our Darkhawk. Big rip. And our Elsa Bloodstone too. And it wouldn't have mattered if we were playing Mobius right now, because Mobius would be Luke Cage and we didn't draw him anyways. Lee? Oh, this is the stupid. It's so. The repairs at the top here are so frustrating. This is the stupid Master Mold opponent. We don't have anything to make our Hawk bigger yet, but it's a pretty busto draw. This deck is strong. I mean, the core of this deck is just like the good, what's it called, deck that's been around for a while. Bounce deck. Alright, I'm gonna do this, and then next turn we go Hawk plus Hood. Or Hawk plus Hood here. Do I snap them before I show them that? Probably. Enchantress? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm supposed to Angela here. I don't know. They could move the Ronin, so, you know, the end of game New York shuffle. Let's hope the 12-point demon ends up being fine. We're going down 6 here, technically, but they're going down 4, I suppose. Oh my gosh, are we about to get nailed by a tech card? We might be. Killmonger? Oh, what a fucking gamer. Feels bad to lose a polarized matchup in a game that's that close. Shame on me for not playing around Invisible Woman Killmonger, I guess. If I had New York shuffled differently, we win the game. Yeah, a good chance we're getting sniped. Nah, they just knew we had the demon. I mean, we could be getting sniped too. They've Q-sniped. They've Q'd into us like 4 times the last hour. So, I mean, if you were trying to hard counter the deck we're playing, you queue up with the Invisible Woman, Killmonger, Master Mold deck for sure. See what they Loki us before we snap, but feels like we're in an okay spot. They don't. Alright, they only Loki'd for 4. God, can we catch a fucking break? Holy shit. Just like, hit the Loki, hit the Mobius on the 1 in 6 draw, the 1 in 7 draw after. Yes, I guess we're in a fine spot. We're probably in a fine spot. I should complain less. Is this the line? Yeah. God, we've got some numbers, chat. We'd just be like going super crazy if we had like they had not hit the exact that. So if they play their Chavez right, they'll go to plus 18 is 42, so that's still not enough. Right? I think this is good. Oh, sorry, 52. Yeah, good catch, 52. This is a 12 power bast, which puts us to 56. So we're good. This beats Chavez, right? Call. They're leaving. Okay. Man, even with the the Mobius. We still crunch them. Sick game for Forge, huh? What a crazy Forge game. So just a 24 power Forge. Average really. I'm gonna bast over here because if this is the new location, we can play these two into it anyways. Well, that's super good for them. All three of our cards are kind of bangers. This is a snap, right?
Snap.
I think I just don't have time to beast this game, right? I think it's just this into a Hawk on Cloning Vats next turn, into a Hawk plus a Korg somewhere else. I think with the Daily Bugle gumming my hand as well, I just don't have space. Oh my god, they burned their Rogue proactively. That's so good for us. Definitely a solid Cloning Vats deck. Yeah, Hawk's been a little out of the meta, so people might be a little bit... Like, when someone plays Korg, you should be thinking Hawk for sure. Hey, what's going on, Glitchy? Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Oh, snap.
Definitely a snap on activating Abby on turn 2. Our hand's also very good. This is just what? It's a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 power best. Can't play high is actually pretty bad for us because I don't want my hand to be over full if I could avoid it. I'm gonna put my Widow's Bite over here because I want it to be in a location where Darkhawk will end up at, since Darkhawk's gonna be quite large this game, hopefully. Turnabout's fair game on the Nibbles. Or a Falcon this turn. Just a Darkhawk. Yep. Great pull. And then I actually get to use the morph next turn, right? We're gonna go triple 1-drop morph on turn 6. Yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Victory.
Because the Korg here is going to put us to +4 over here. And then this is 9 in the middle with the Elsa, so that's 17. And then over here, we go +6 to 13, 14, 15. And then the morph, if it hit, I believe this will get the Elsa bonus and the Forge bonus and then move. But I wanted to try for science. This is like probably the only time I'm ever gonna be in that situation, but you know. All right, chat, we've been having so much fun with the bounce deck. We're actually, auto ads are gonna roll here real soon. So we're gonna play a little bit more with this when we get back, and then I think we're gonna try out some Wong White Tiger Odin stuff. So thanks for hanging out. I'm having fun forging and bouncing. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, I think Morph keeps the buffs. Unfortunately, they put it was not letting us spending 2 cubes to let us find out. Hey, Vander Zander, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Glitchy, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Did I get a sword yet? Soon. Soon. I'm still honestly a little bit surprised that the masked racial slur person is a content creator. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be, but like, I just, it's one of those. Ugh. It's Atrix, yeah. Someone who spoke Italian and English, who's a part of this community, said that if Atrix was an English-speaking content creator, they likely wouldn't have been invited to things because of the types of things they say and do on their stream. And between the rating women like their cattle based on their appearance and the racial slur for the username, I'm starting to think that, yeah, that's probably a real take. Never heard of them before. They are the largest Marvel stab streamer on Twitch by a reasonable margin, and they stream in Italian. What it feels alter. It does feel alter, but it also feels my Darkhawk. We're vibing, hoping to draw a beast for now, I think. Could still hit that next turn. No, yeah, that's Atrix is the one with the N-word as a slur in their username. Cleverly putting a 1 instead of an I. Cleverly. No. Mobius, though. I think that's fine, right? Is it fine? Okay, wait. What if I do this? And then I have 8 energy next turn, and I can play 2/2/2/1/1. We're definitely getting White Tiger. The question is, can we win right and center despite White Tigers? I think we can. I think I have to play like this, because if they Tiger here, I need to be able to play for both. Does this do it? Because they both went here? No, I think we were good regardless, right? Yeah, because if one of these Tigers went left here, they would be 22 here, so we were good regardless. Alright. Do I have enough? Do I have enough bounce content? One. I played it for like an hour. I do a little bit more. Do a couple more. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like 7 games. Maybe we'll find one more. Like, I feel like I literally need to, like, trim this off the corner of the screen here. So there's not just, like, racial slurs on my stream. Like, this isn't something I should have to think about while playing this game. I shouldn't have to censor part of my stream because of this. Like, it's just... Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna have to figure out something else to put up over there, yeah. For anybody that's not American, this username starts with a racial slur. If you're not familiar with English isn't your first language, and you're wondering why I think this is a big deal.
Clear for takeoff.
I could do this. No, because there's ones everywhere, right? Like, I think it's just this. Oh, I messed this up. I needed to put the Black Widow last. I want to put the Black Widow last, so if we get Killmongered, would have been ideal. I think I do this to play around Killmonger, right? Their Deadpool's also pretty big, though. Yeah, it's the last turn. I don't remember how big the dead pool is either, because I've been doing 6 other things here, and there's a Killmonger potentially, so I think we just leave.
Escaped.
Alright, let's, I can't even fully prevent having the racial slur on my screen if we're queuing into them, because Snap's gonna put it front and center right in the middle of the screen too when we queue into them at the start, right? Like, I actually just can't. All right, I'm gonna queue up. Let's put together a White Tiger deck and we'll go play some Conquest. So we could just queue it, not be in the same queue as them. Constantly queuing into this Marvel Snap username while I'm streaming is offensive and unacceptable. Gamers, don't tell me this is a Japanese word. It is clearly written in English in a way that acknowledges it isn't okay to get around filters. Send tweet. Normally I would pull that tweet up while I send it, but it's got the screen capture of the username in it, and I just don't want that username on my stream anymore. All right. Let's build like the old school Wong Odin deck, huh? I don't think we're a Lady Deathstrike deck. Let me grab an old Odin list and see if we want to tune anything up. And I go net deck from past Jeff here real quick. Yeah, Iceman and Scorpion are potentially both things we want to move off of. I'd also played a... Or if it's possible, we want like an Arnim Zola build. Zola Panther could also potentially be good. You can move an Iceman to a Forge. I can see that. With Panther, maybe. Oh yeah, Chavez in here. I guess she's nice for setting up the combos early. Yeah, I agree. I think Scorpion and Cage will see mediocre. The question is, like, what am I filling in at the bottom, though? Like, Widow's fine, I guess. Do you want Forge? I can see Forge being okay. Do I want a way to ramp? Do we need Storm? Storm's probably not good with all the movers in the meta. There's a world where we're still a Gamora deck. And like we do something like this. People saying Ravona, like what are we Ravonaing? Could Psylocke be okay? Like what is Psylocke accelerating us into though? Like if anything, I think we're an Electro deck, right? We could also just say, okay, we're gonna get got by Mobius on occasion and like play a turn 4 wave. Because we do have Widow Wave Odin here. I don't know, Widow Wave Odin probably just isn't enough stats a lot of the time, right? Forge to put Panther. I just don't know that we have like room on curve to play Forge a lot of the time, right? Yeah, Psylocke could be an okay secondary ramp instead of wave. We do have 3 5s is like a good take. This Wolfsbane is probably too cute. It's only really good in our Odin games. And with Psylocke, Forge becomes a little bit better. Because with Psylocke, we could go Psylocke plus Forge on 3 into Panther on 4, right? Which doesn't seem unreasonable. Do we want to be a Crystal gamer? I don't know about that one. Is Sunspot really good if you can't get him on turn 1 or 2? Yeah, but it's like so good on turn 1 and 2, right? Yeah, I just don't know if I want to wave into Mobius's Precipic. But it's possible that we do. Yeah, I agree, Duck. I also think, like, Widow Wave Odin's just a little bit clunk. Nebula over Sunspot. I can see that. It grows similarly. Like, forces them to play in particular ways. Do I want Iron Lad? I guess there are kind of a lot of good Iron Lad hits in there, aren't there? I mean, Iron Lad is good with Psylocke. That sounds great. Is Forge good enough? I think Forge could be okay. I think Forge plus Psylocke on 3 could be fine. Maybe Nebula's better. This deck's got so much clunk in the trunk, though. I mean, Electro's really good with a strong curve. Yeah, okay, let's try. Let's try. It's about ad time. I'm gonna hit the ad roll so we can play this uninterrupted. We're gonna play some of this when I get back, and I'm gonna block some bigots defending the N-word on Twitter really quick here. Get you on the flip side. It's gonna make my mentions a disaster for the next few days. Yeah, maybe we do give up the Gamora if we're, just put Nebula at the bottom, just to make the curve slightly less embarrassing. Buy that for $1. I guess it makes Psylocke a little bit worse, though. I need Echo to be good in this deck so I can justify accidentally opening a Spotlight variant. I just don't think Echo's very good. I don't know. Echo's one of those cards that I think probably will get a redesign at some point. She's just never going to be super useful. I feel like her most useful function is like preventing Elaine from being Professor X, and even that is like not something that she's very good at. Like we've had a lot of Professor X heavy meta games where she's just been kind of eh. All right, let's give it a go, shall we? Hexaplegic Squid, thank you for the 38 months, by the way. Appreciate that. I play her in Cerebro too, and she's still pretty bad there. Yeah. Ace, noise. Does Beast need a buff, or does Mobius need a nerf? I don't think Mobius needs a nerf. I think tech cards like Mobius are good for the game. Truck Megazord, thank you for the 31 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Something that you do a lot of the time in this deck is play like Tempo Ironheart out. So that way if you set up a Wong into an Odin later, you can get a bunch of bonuses off of her. So obviously we're not getting much here, but in the long term it could add up into something meaningful. Pretty much all solid hits here on the Iron Lad. Psylocke, Electro, Wong, White Tiger, etc. Sorry, Arnim Zola a bit worse though, obviously. Yeah, it might just be Doom and Odin still. Unless we think they're not gonna contest the middle, and then I can Panther into Odin on the right. Yeah, Alioth's definitely a thing. Probably just dead here. This gets us up to only 16 here, and even if all of these hit here, we're only at 22. We had Forge into Panther on the last turn. I guess that's still only 13 here, right? It's only 23.
Escaped.
It's pretty painful even when you're used to playing around in Precipic. They shaved some numbers off the top, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it gets a redesign like leader at some point. I guess there are Professor X decks, so like, I don't even know that we can snap into this. A 6-0 Alioth would still be the strongest card in Marvel stat. Maybe. I don't post everything on both platforms. Some stuff, though. I post the important stuff on both platforms. I guess. Could Forge go mid for future Odin? No, I want room for other things. This deck's unplayable into Alioth, isn't it? We're never gonna have priority going into the last turn. We're always gonna eat shit to it, right? Nah, that's just a good play. I don't think anybody's sniping me in silver.
Escaped.
I don't think it's possible for my deck with no cheap cards to have priority with any amount of consistency. We could play some of the Destroy deck with Forge in it. That's probably a good one to cover. If you're armoring the Wong path, you just don't have enough time to do anything meaningful. That's the problem.
Opponent snapped.
Can only climax when fully leather clad. Oh. Well, if we hit a Forge here, Forge into Deadpool on 2 is pretty sick into a Deathlock on 3. Pre-recorded, etc., etc. Just instantly. How does this deck beat Alioth? By getting ahead on the board and then being able to play for multiple paths. Why is Luke Cage your bounce deck? Because Shadow King is super popular. They buff Shadow King to 2 energy, press a back. That's kind of the tech card slot. It could be Mobius as well. All right, my first one has to go here. And I would have coin flip. I cannot.
Clear for takeoff.
Thank you, Gene. Wait, they changed it? When did they change this? When did this change? Was there a patch note about that? For reference, I played Deadpool and this here because previously Gene would override Avengers Compound and you could play your first card. Well, now we're just dead. It's frustrating game 1.
Escaped.
This interaction used to be different. It used to be that Jean Grey lets you play your first card into her path when Avengers Compound was active. So, if I knew this interaction had changed, I would have played Hulkbuster here and Deadpool here. No, that did not get changed when Goose got changed. Yeah, it used to be when Avengers Compound was active, you could play your first card here or here. So it's good to know that behavior is different. There hasn't been a lot of Jean Grey in the metagame. Jean's actually very good into Destroy decks. I agree that the way it is now probably makes sense. It just wasn't how it previously worked, and I took a line expecting it to work differently. I concur that the way it is should be how it works. Yeah, you should expect every deck to have Alioth in it. Honestly, I'm just gonna go next. I don't really want to play against a Gene deck with my Destroy deck.
Escaped. Okay. Oh, snap.
being able to curve Forge into Deadpool into Hulkbuster on what? Holy mother of God. Mother of God. You don't mind me. So then we go Venom into Deadpool Killmonger.
Wakanda forever. It's a shame we don't have 7 energy. Yep. I should have done these on separate ones. I got kind of greedy and wanted to blow them both up at the same time. It's fine, we'll just nail it anyways. Yeah, Forge. Forge is a 1. Honestly, I think there's a chance that Forge is better in every non-brewed deck now. It's so easy to fit a 1-drop it on curve. But I get to do this, and then we have Giant Venom into Deadpool, Taskmaster, or Null, depending on how the numbers work out. Wakanda forever.
Does this win? So let's say they hit it in the right order. They'd be 60. They go here. This triggers twice. It goes to 64, so they'd be 68. But this would be plus 16. Yeah, we beat 64 Power Panther.
Oh, plus 19 at that. Plus 21, actually, right? I'm super covered either way.
Victory.
Okay. It's a nice one if we find Venom. Rock, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Ah, punished for playing the Deadpool. Punished again for playing the Deadpool. Your retreat angle. I would assume you're guaranteed to get different ones at the rollover, because I believe there's exactly enough that you'll see all of them over the 3 days. Yeah, there's 24 variants. You should see all of them each day. That was my understanding of it. Is it just 23 power null into Taskmaster into Deadpool?
Wakanda forever.
This beats Odin, right? Their Odin puts them to 37. And this puts me to 40. What beats me here? They could Odin. If they Odin the right, I win the right. If they Zola the Doom. Yeah, lucky Zola middle gets me. I had silver. If they want to bet 3 more cubes on a coin flip, I think we're a coin flip here most of the time. Are they playing left? Is it Kang Snap? What a fucking waste of everybody's time. Oh. Racial slurs and Kang, the Marvel Snap experience. Thanks for the 26 months, Rock. I love this Venom avatar. I should have gotten the bundle. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Scholar, thank you for the 55 months, by the way. Sorry, I almost missed that one. Coming to the end of a long day here. I'm gonna Hulk here, and then we'll go Wolverine into Carnage next turn. No play on 3 for the ramp deck. I haven't been snapping them aggressively enough, which we should try and get this game over with because they're kanging us and it sucks.
Enough said, Bob.
Oh, no, I think I want to pump it all up this turn. And I want to know, like, where my X23 is going, and what they play here could dictate where I want my null to end up at.
Wakanda forever!
Yeah, I think I null right now. Ooh, we'd have lost if they'd have hit that in the right order.
Victory!
Joe, if Nico is 1 spell per turn, is in turn 4 always has the same spell? No, it's random, is my understanding. I believe they don't repeat, so they'll like rotate through, so like you can predict, kind of narrow down what the range of your random is. Yeah, they're random and don't repeat. So like once you've seen a couple, you're like, all right, I'm like 20% or 30% to know what the next one is. Yeah, I'd assume it turns into the demon from the Hood Arc Zombie. I did not get the magic reward variant yet. I'm waiting for a couple of the other high dollar bundle deals to come up later this month. Yikes! Armor gamers. Maybe I'm just supposed to leave and not show them that I'm a destroy deck. Yeah, probably sure. I think this matchup's terrible for us. Like, obviously armor's gonna be annoying some of the time, but it's not always going to be the case. Okay, this is like a solid Venom into Taskmaster here. And they have a hard time playing into the big house, right? What's going on, Apocalypse? Thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. The KG1, thank you for the 7 months.
Enough said, Bob.
I think so. ties a red skull. You're an Alioth and Sauron Shuri. Some of them do, yeah. But Hulkbuster actually lets us get around that, which is nice. So this beats Alioth. This is a Taskmaster, though.
Enough said, bub.
Whoa! A tuba gaming! That's not what I was expecting.
Victory.
I guess it's good with armor at 0, huh? It does not ongoing for Sauron, though. Alright, armor on 3 is gonna get us, unfortunately, but that's just how it be.
Opponent snapped.
My hand's just not very strong regardless, so I think I leave.
Escaped.
Like, the locations are bad for us, my hand's like medium minus, I think we just go next. Okay. I guess the problem here is they grab priority by playing into Gamma Lab and then they can armor us on the island next turn. Hopefully they play a Sauron. Well, I guess if they had Sauron, they probably would have played that on 2, huh? Whoa, they didn't armor the island? Thanks, I guess. Maybe I'm supposed to... I guess I didn't have enough energy to meta this turn.
Enough said, bub.
This is... It's 15, 16. This is 16. This just like gets me more repeatable power, right? This is 11. This is 14. I'm gonna do this.
Enough said, bub.
It's only 29. We gotta go.
Escaped.
Hey, press a pick. Hope you're enjoying your dip back in. Thanks for the 5 years. It's been more than that, but, you know, around. We'll build up the Maxter building.
Opponent snapped.
They do know how to snap.
Escaped. Opponent snapped.
That's, I have an armor snap, right? So I should play this here. I'll put all my cubes in. Clip it, ship it, rip it, flip it. Killmonger was probably the best runner deck. Oh, they can't armor me anymore. I was like, do I go for it here with armor? But they Sauron. Yeah, so yes. Go like this. That way I have Taskmaster available as an option. So yeah, X-23 can land middle for us again here. Yeah, I think we just null now for energy efficiency for sure. They'll go to 40. No, I mean, I can compete with 40 in the middle, right? I don't know that we can compete with 56. Am I crazy, chat? Call me, baby. I think this is the line. This is plus 24 in the middle up to 67. And then we're plus 3 on the left and plus 1 on the right. And then the X23 is a wild card to plus 2 somewhere else. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Crazy like a fox, baby.
Victory.
Sneak in past the armor deck feels good, chat. Alright, we're gonna play for a little while longer today, but it's about time to hit an Admiral. Non-subs, we'll see you on the other side in 2 minutes. We're gonna play some more of this Destroy deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Conquest is for timing admirals. Yeah, Conquest is about 1 per. And honestly, even regular Snapters, like the games are so short, it's not too bad. I think we might go back to doing some ladder now, so we can get some more variety in our matchups. Alright, planning extra streams for Twitch drops. Yes, definitely. 100% be doing some longer streams. Probably a Saturday stream that weekend as well. Oh, has been how long you've been away, Precipic. Yeah, the parts of the PC client that are done look good. There's a couple of parts where, like, you click it and, like, it's very clearly just, like, the tall client, like, embedded. But the parts where they actually cleaned it up look great. Viewers go crazy for Twitch drops. Maybe, we'll see. The Twitch drops are a bit less this time around. Still free stuff, and free stuff is good, but I'm curious to see what metrics look like the second time through. The first time they were a little bit more, and they were more of a first-time novelty as well. Twitch drops start on the 18th, on the 1-year anniversary. Hey, Stefan Beast, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. There's a lot of great people you can send that to. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. Yeah, if they put the details on Twitch drops here, like why? Okay, this is a big head scratcher. Why is the 1-year anniversary article not linked here? Is it in the news category at least? It is in the news category. It should 100% be on this front ticker. Maybe they'll do it when it's closer. I both dislike Alioth and dislike Cerebro 3. Make sure you're following Dexter on Twitch. I'm sure he will be live streaming Cerebro 3 with Alioth in it at some point today or tomorrow. How many days are Twitch drop happening? I think they're supposed to run for like 2 weeks. It's a really long time. They're running for longer than they did previously too, so I'll be curious to see how that impacts it. Last time the viewer count was bumped a little bit all the way through, but it definitely tapered off towards the end of like the 5 or 6 days. But it's going from the 18th when it rolls over until the end of the month. I'm not gonna forge here. If I draw Deadpool, I kind of want to forge here, but if I don't draw Deadpool, I want to Hulkbuster and guarantee it on the X23. And now we get to do this into Deadpool, Hulkbuster, Venom over the course of a couple turns here. Seems good. The Forge Center gave us priority here to duck a potential Cosmo left as well. Is this actually better than Hulkbustering this turn? I think this is actually better than Hulkbustering this turn, right? Yes, 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 final answer. And I wanna make sure I'm killing X23 this turn. So that way, if we draw null, I can Deadpool plus null on 6. That's a big thing X23 does for this archetype. I think that 7th energy going into the last turn is very strong. I was like, I'm surprised they're playing that. And then we drew Taskmaster or Null for 40% to get one of those two, and we're good to go. They're backing out. It's worth noting, this is a hand where Forge is actually worse than it was previously. In Forge's 2-mana 1, we would have gone X23 into Forge into Deadpool Carnage. Like, we still get to kind of do that here, but the Deadpool's a touch worse. I think Zabu's fine. Zabu's a cost reducer that you get value from going into turn 6, so if they play a Mobius early to turn it off, you have ample opportunity to like Rogue or something to get it back on. Zabu and Sarah are both really solid. We played a Sarah Hit Monkey deck the other day that felt quite good. I'll probably play some more games with it and get a highlight at some point. Sick Forge Split. Real quick before he goes away.
Wakanda forever! Snap!
Snap on that draw for sure. The one that runs Shang-Chi. It can run Shang. The Sarah deck plays a whole bunch of different tech cards. Alright, so the Taskmaster's not bad, but we are hoping to draw Null here. That'll be bigger than 24, I believe. So if they Zola here and they hit Wong first, they'll double to 32. And then we win here and here. And with the Baku here, we tie a Dr. Doom and then we crush them on the breaker. This seems great for us, right? And if they're on Alioth, we still win here, even if they Alioth us here or here. Yeah, we're good.
Victory!
I'm so glad the pieces came together for this Destroy archetype. It's always had a lot of good, interesting sequencing decisions and stuff, but it felt like it was missing a piece, and X-23 really, like, rounded it out cleanly. Do your opponent's card splits or aesthetics ever given you information that was useful for a game? How would that be possible? Can you explain? You do the border effects on cards that they took from you. Yeah, but not until after they would be revealing anyways, right? So you can't see them while you're making decisions. There is a bug with Master Mold and Dark Dimension that you see the border of the Sentinels that get created, but that's an exception, not the rule, and it's a bug. Yes, bot splits are no longer a thing. Snapping me. They're about to Loki me for a ton, huh? And nowhere's not good for me, so I'm gonna leave.
Escaped.
In a lot of ways, you gotta treat this deck we're playing like a combo deck. And your draw games like this, where your draw's like only okay and they're raising the stakes, you're just like, nah, just leave for one. We've almost climbed back all of the ranks we lost while playing with our man thing on stream the other day. So that's nice. Found Luke useful in this deck. Luke's a flex card. Feel free to make it whatever you want. I decided I wanted him to be a card that's good against Shadow King, but we actually haven't hit that many Shadow Kings, so he's just been okay. Luke's a pretty generically good card. I think it's hard to make your deck worse by adding Luke to it, if that makes sense. You like Zola? I don't think you need Zola and Taskmaster, and I'm pretty confident that Taskmaster is better than Zola. I think if I felt like I didn't want Luke, I would want to play another card that costs 1, 2, or 3 at most. You've been playing Dakin in the Luke slot. Yeah, that's probably fine. The Luke slot was previously Death, and there's just a ton of Mobius in the metagame, so just didn't want to do that. Bucky. I don't hate Bucky. Luke stops Shadow King? Yeah, Luke stops anything that would lower your card's power. Well, I mean, you know. This is player versus location. Low-key, that's what most games of Marvel Snap are about. Players versus locations. Okay, so how does this work out? I get a 6 power Deadpool back to my hand, and then I drop to 6, and then I go 6 power Deadpool into Deathlock, and then do I get 12 power Deadpools back to my hand, or is my hand full at that point? It's pretty close to full, right? Do I do this to get the extra energy? If I do this, I get 6 energy Deadpool back to my hand, and then 2 12 power Deadpools, which is probably fine. Yeah, this is probably fine. I lose a draw, but alright, this game is very over. Their draw is significantly better than ours. Oh, you know what I could have done to steal this game, chat? I messed this up. I should have blown this up here. No, I messed it up. Opponent is luckier than us, but I could have beaten them here. I should have blown this up so I could go null middle into null left. That's what I should have done. That's on me. Yeah, I could have double nulled with better play. I should have identified that as my route to winning. Because even if they just had a Killmonger, they were gonna get us. Oh yeah, anytime I post anything, well, something that I think people in reasonable gaming spaces forget is that Gamergate isn't something that just happened and went away. There's still very deeply sexist and racist portions ingrained in lots of parts of online gaming communities. And anytime I do a call out post about anything sexist or racist related, my account gets brigaded for the next few days on that social media platform, especially post Elon Musk. How long am I streaming for today? Probably another half hour or so. We'll see. Hit that 4 o'clock, so the viewer count's been falling off. If you're not familiar with what Gamergate is, I would encourage you to Google it or Wikipedia it or whatever is your preference. Getting roped. Rope-a-dope. Rope-a-dope. But Carnage is better. Maybe Carnage is better. It's less energy efficient. Chat, I don't care who's roping me. You don't need to tell me who's roping me. I'm just stating that we're getting roped and it's annoying. So they did that knowing we have Cage. They played these two cards here turn 4. That was not where we wanted that to go. Probably did. So there's 4 energy worth of stuff and 5 energy worth of stuff. Should easily beat 11. Punish for eating our cage. I mean, that's the stock clog deck that's been around for, I don't know. And if you want to know how long the stock clog deck's been around for, I'm pretty sure the I Stole the Deck video, going back to the beta, is about that deck. If I recall. What's going on, Lucos? Thank you for the almost 5 years. Appreciate the 59 months. Welcome back. Well, 5 energy next turn. Super useful. I was about to say they can't Jeff into Fist Tower, but they have Snowguard Bird now to theoretically do that. Just not kind of not doing anything. Right? I mean, sure. We've done some stuff now. I think we do this, and then I can Taskmaster for 10 next turn. Accidental perfect read. I just like lack of other good plays, mostly. They could have our null plus a 1-drop, I guess. Or I guess like our null here plus their Jeff here gets us. I also only copied 3 cards though. So that's what, like 25% to have our null? All the cards are equally likely. See if we'd retreat. So if I wait to play this, I could go Wolverine into Deadpool Carnage, and this leaves me the flexibility to draw Forge. But if I don't play it, it cuts me off of the ability to fit X-23 in if I draw her in the next 2 cards. I think I'm going to play to the Forge out and not play this. Sweet split. Okay, and now we Deadpool into Buster and go from there. Could be a move deck, could also be a Phoenix Force deck. They didn't do anything on turn 3, I think we snapped them. Is the Midnight Suns variant. I guess this will be bigger later, right? So I should do this, and then next turn I could go X23 Deadpool Venom here.
Victory.
All right, gamers. I think that's gonna be it for me for today. We've been going for over 7 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and move along to my post-stream stuff. We're gonna have a good full day tomorrow. I'm gonna stew on some Black Widow and other things I want to try. I'll probably play a little bit more of this Destroy deck so I can get a full highlight with it. If you missed right after the OTA dropped, we played a ton of Darkhawk Bounce that felt really sweet with Forge and Black Widow, so you want to catch that as a highlight over on the YouTube side tomorrow. Also, if you missed my full reaction to the OTA review, you can catch that on the YouTube there. And then the last final thing to plug, I've got a lot of plugs at the end of the stream. We've got a giveaway going on for our stream sponsor for the next week. If you live in the US, Canada, or Australia, we are creeping up on 200 surveys completed on Survey Junkie. Not only can you get your chunk of the over $40,000 a day that Survey Junkie pays out to people completing surveys, but one of the 200 people that completes it, if we hit there, is going to win an OLED Switch. If we get up to 300, we're going to give away an iPhone. If we get up to 400 people by Monday that check out Survey Junkie using my link, we're going to give away a whole gaming PC. So check them out as well, and I will catch you on tomorrow, hopefully. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday, folks.